Chapter 7. The Ultimate Playground. Well, here we are, the ultimate playground. This is the place where we're free to just have fun and explore our mind and our not mind. I call it a playground because I want to be clear about our approach to this process of self-discovery. To play and have fun with the process will truly help. It's really important to understand that attitude is everything. And how many times we've heard that? Attitude is everything. I mean, for me, it's so many times it seems almost cliche and meaningless. And how about you? What does that phrase really mean to you? Attitude is everything. What is an attitude? If you search on the internet, you'll find that there are thousands of products all built upon this word. We have an institute, a restaurant, furniture, quotes, clothing, poems, tips, and even a magazine. But what the heck is this word attitude? It seems as though we have built quite a consensus reality around it. I guess ultimately the audible word itself is just a sequence of frequency vibrations that, when transmitted and received between humans, causes them to agree that that sequence of vibrations means something. And I guess the same is true for the sequence of visual pictographic symbols, letters. But what does it mean? After an unsatisfying search through several dictionaries, it was good old Roget's thesaurus that finally captured what I was looking for. It said synonyms for attitude: an air, angle, approach, belief, bent, bias, character, demeanor, disposition, headset, inclination, leaning, mental state, mindset, mind trip, mood, notion, opinion, perspective, philosophy, position, posture, predilection, prejudice, proclivity, reaction, routine, say-so, sensibility, sentiment, set, slant, stance, stand, standing, standpoint, temper, temperament, twist, and view. So, it seems as though the word attitude represents a whole myriad of words, all of which seem to represent some sort of decision as to how to respond or act towards something, how we are going to be, if you will. Now, where do you suppose we store the comparative data from which we choose to make this decision? If you guessed the typewriter list, then pat yourself on the back. Good job, because it's important to recognize and understand that it is our typewriter list that holds the key to how we choose to approach and respond to something. Earlier, back in Chapter 5, I shared the statement that our accomplishments are decisions frozen in time. I submit once again that it's not only our accomplishments that are decisions frozen in time, but it's our beliefs, failures, and attitudes as well. Anything we choose as truth is a decision frozen in time. Whether that decision is based on fact or not, it is a decision which is frozen like a snapshot and stored on the list, which controls all associated thoughts and transmitter vibes, ultimately governing the height of our flashlight and what we choose to look for, recognize, and dwell on in our now. And all of this is the basis for our attitude. The thing is we have many attitudes within us. And we have attitudes about work, about government, men, women, religions, food, music, children, etc. And the culmination of all those attitudes mixed together creates a kind of master attitude, or our approach to life. I guess the big question here is, how much energy have you really put into exploring why you have and where you got these decisions frozen in time? Was it through only one event that made your decision? Was it 2 or 3 events? Was it one event and then an acceptance of a consensus reality that gave you proof to justify your decision? I really don't know, and I presume you don't either. I'm pretty confident that most of us have not brought our full consciousness to these questions. I'm usually working on them every day, at least to one extent or another. Each day, after all these years, I'm working on discovering the roots for all my beliefs and attitudes. Now, the very first step in our process of self-discovery is determining exactly how we're going to carry ourselves through this process. This decision, this choice, is paramount because what gets added to your typewriter list as you proceed through the process will affect all of your results as well as all of your future decisions. So I'm going to invite you to choose a particular attitude or approach. It may or may not challenge your comfort zones, depending on your typewriter list. Yet, if you accept my invitation, I believe you will find that the process will flow in such a way that your progress will be expedient and fun. So, for lack of a better way of saying it, the most quintessential, critical, and paramount thing for you to remember is attitude is everything. Ha! If you're like me and most of the people I've ever talked with, you've been influenced by the work ethic mentality. You know, you gotta work hard and put your nose to the grindstone thing. And although it has its place in certain realities, it is counterproductive to employ this attitude when approaching one's self-discovery. The key word in the concept and practice of self-discovery is the word discovery. To explore new worlds, to seek out new realizations, to boldly go where you've never gone before. You know, the process of discovering new things. The word discover in and of itself says it all. One of the definitions of the root prefix dis is the word away. And since we all know what the word cover means, to discover means to remove, away with, the cover. When we remove something that was covering something else, we then reveal that which was covered. It is useful at first to pretend that what we are uncovering, what we are revealing, is very delicate and fragile. If you just rip off the cover, you may break or damage it. Not that you're going to break or damage yourself, you know what I mean. A soft, gentle, and compassionate approach is best. Just imagine how you would hold a brand new baby for the very first time just after it was born. That's the feeling we're looking for. The whole work ethic vibe carries with it a lot of doing. So many of the exercises in the next chapter have more to do with just being and observing. Remember, our goal is to reveal who we are and not what we know. And who we are just is. It always has been that way. It's never not been that way. We just may not have directed our attention to it. When we approach the process of self-discovery with huge effort and gruffness, our mind will mirror that effort in defense. So the softer we push, the softer it resists. Please take note, there is an enormous difference between persistence and effort. I'm inviting you to be persistent in your pursuit of yourself. Effort implies some sort of struggle. And if your approach is with great effort, trust me, your mind knows how to play that game. It is going to win. It always has, and it always will. When your attitude and approach are with great effort, you're playing on the mind's turf, and the mind has never lost a home game. We have to remember, though, that our minds are not the enemy. It's the programming that we're concerned with. Our room cleaning process is one of uncovering and discovering what programs are running and what upgrades are necessary. To give you an example of the attitude that I'm looking to convey, imagine, if you will, the most gentle, kind, loving, compassionate, understanding, and benevolent being. It can be Christ, Buddha, Krishna, Allah, an angel, a saint, or some guy or gal sitting up in the clouds. It really doesn't matter. The point is, you and you alone have to be that person with yourself. Those beings I asked you to imagine always love you. You must always love yourself. Those beings will always be gentle, kind, loving, compassionate, understanding, and benevolent towards you because they know. They know what you're going through. They know that you'll lose your way, and they know that you'll give up, and they know that you'll stumble and fall, and each time that happens, they'll be there helping you up and encouraging you to be persistent. That is exactly what you have to do for yourself. When I started doing this for myself, I realized that I was kind of re-parenting myself. And since that time, somebody else coined that phrase and wrote a book about it that I never read. But anyway, I had to be like a loving parent to myself. I had to love myself for not loving myself. I had to treat myself as a vulnerable, impressionable child and be very loving and gentle towards and with myself. I know several what I would call hardcore spiritualists who would say that what I just wrote is silly and useless. I would also say that although these people are quite evolved and knowledgeable, they're also pretty subdued and controlled in their expression and experience in life. C'est la vie. That's their way. I just rarely see them enjoying their lives. Anyways, these folks would say that it's silly and useless because in the end there's no doing at all, just being. And my response to that is, well, it's true. It's about being and not doing. Yet, since my mind is here and I have to deal with it for the rest of my life, and as long as I'm going to build a new relationship with it, I might as well build a relationship that is loving, gentle, playful, and compassionate. Besides, most minds prefer being asked to do rather than being told to do. In comparing notes with thousands of people, I have found that those who truly love and enjoy their lives carry this attitude towards themselves to one extent or another. So, I extend the invitation to you to consider giving it a whirl. Just remember the arm exercise if you need a little prodding. There are so many different levels on which to work. I mean, each with its own approach. To organize and clean the room is one thing. Getting out of the room and playing around is something entirely different. I'm here to say that regardless of the level or approach, your attitude is that which can remain consistent throughout. Your attitude can be your friend, or it can be your enemy. If what you've been doing so far in your life has produced the results you want, then right on, go for it. If not, hello, it's time to try something new. When one is beginning the journey of awakening, it can be a scary thing. After all, your entire somebody training is going to be in question. You literally have to go in and really figure out who you are. You have to learn how to distinguish who you really are and who you're busy being because someone defined you as such and you accepted it. You have to find out what decisions you have made about life, about yourself, and why you made them. And because all of these definitions and decisions are the basis for your life, and since the typewriterless and transmitter vibe solely exist to make all that true and apparently real, and since all of that, every last bit of it, was created by the mind, and no matter what, it, the mind, has to be right, it has to be in order to survive. There may be a bit of resistance, he says with a smirk, as it fights to convince you that it is who you are and it is never wrong. Be aware that it may use every possible discomfort and fear against you as it struggles to survive. What it does and what its effect on you is entirely up to you and your attitude. But there's no need to fear. Repeatlessness is here. One of the beauties of this book, this owner's manual for the human mind, one of the beauties of it is that if you've gotten this far, your flashlight is up. I mean, you know what the game is. The jig is up. And back to our good old Swami who said that once you begin to know a thing, you may then have power over it. And the power is that it isn't about struggle. It isn't about fighting. It's about knowing that anything that has to do with thinking just isn't it. Once you can develop your witness or observer, you begin to watch and observe yourself just as you would watch and observe someone else. At that point, you begin to experience your whole existence objectively and not subjectively. You no longer take yourself personally, which sets you free. I mean, it's so cool because while something is happening to you, all of a sudden, you can just switch it. I mean, it just happens. You develop a trust and rapport with yourself where you can just say, man, you were carrying on, and then kind of giggle with yourself and move on. Your whole life can be revisited in an unthreatening way because you are no longer threatened by it. And the reason you're no longer threatened by it is because you know that you are not the memories or the decisions. You are that which is now observing them in order to learn what function they served in your development. Another beautiful thing about all this is that everything that has ever happened to you was completely and totally necessary and had to happen in order to bring you to this point right now in your life. I'll read that again. Everything, I mean everything, every single thing that has ever happened to you was completely necessary for your development, and it had to happen in order to bring you to this point and this realization in your life. When I realized this for myself, I realized that I no longer had regrets about anything in my life. I mean, every bit of everything that happened to me happened so that I could be here with this realization and awareness today. That all the stuff I ever went through was apparently required to align and set up my synapses in preparation for me to make a transition into a new understanding and awareness of myself. Once that realization occurred, I was able to freely explore everything about my past because now I saw each experience as a gift. I mean, it no longer threatened me. It was just a lesson along the way. I remember thinking to myself right after that realization, well, what about your mistakes? I mean, how do your mistakes apply to this? As I looked back through my snapshots, it seemed to me that my entire life was filled with one mistake after another. I mean, it's got me thinking, mistakes, huh? I mean, what are those? So I went to the dictionary to find out what the definition of mistake was, and much to my surprise, what I found thrust my flashlight into the heavens and once again forever changed my perspective on this subject. And what the dictionary said was this. Okay, that was a joke, because dictionaries can't say anything. Anyways, what I read was this. Mistake. The lack of awareness of the ramifications of one's actions. So what? So what? I mean, read it again. The lack of awareness of the ramifications of one's actions. That means I do something, but I don't know what's going to happen when I do it. Yet after I've done it, I become aware of the ramifications of what I've just done. I mean, therefore, I have learned something, and therefore there's no such things as mistakes, only lessons. I mean, once I become aware of what happened, I now have the feedback and knowledge of the results of my actions. So this whole concept of mistakes is also a fallacy. I mean, everything is a lesson. Now, apparently, many people, including myself, need to repeat some lessons over and over again until we really attend to the ramifications of our actions and gain the awareness to avoid the situations that cause that feeling to arise. More often than not, we revisit certain feelings to discover a new, more subtle facet that we may have missed or weren't ready to work with. This simple concept helped me to really give myself a break, to lighten up on myself. I hope the same to be true for you. As we journey towards our true self, it's easy to let our minds beat us up for being stupid or messed up in some way. Yet, with this understanding, I was able to treat myself with gentle, kind, loving, compassionate understanding and benevolent attitude I spoke about earlier. When discussing this idea with my best friend Tom, he added to this concept in a profound way. He said, maybe mistakes are opportunities to learn something that we couldn't have learned any other way. And if the lesson was learned, then clearly there was no mistake. But what we're left with is the process of releasing the unnecessary self-judgment around the event. I have to agree with Tom in that the place where we get caught is in the ensuing dialogue after the lesson. It is there that we'll find our decisions frozen in time. The only objection I have about what he said, and only because I'm a stickler for language, is his use of the word unnecessary, because ultimately it's true. In the grand scheme of things, it's an unnecessary element to judge ourselves for creating a lesson. Yet at the same time, if everything we've ever done has led us to this point of self-discovery, then right now, in this moment, it is those very judgments, those components of our experience, which have led us to this very understanding. So, in one way, sometimes the actual self-judgment can lead us to further discoveries. Yet, if we begin to believe these types of self-talks about ourselves, if we begin to believe that they are who we are, they can lead us to less than favorable or desired results. So, necessary or unnecessary, it's a moot point. The main point rests in our exploration of what decisions we have made after a lesson and what attitudes we adopted as a result of those decisions. I just read this section to my friend Tom, and he wanted me to append his previous statement with, the discovery of self-judgment leads to self-forgiveness. I think this is a good place in the book to discuss a very important distinction in our languaging and understanding of two words. To clearly comprehend the meaning, conceptual impact, and biological, physical feelings associated with each may provide some clarity while cleaning your room and retyping your list. So, it's without further ado that I present the following words and concepts that will define the difference between shame and guilt. Simply put, shame is bad, guilt is good. Now, that's the simple distinction. So here's the explanation and reasoning behind what those words mean and how they apply to all this. Now, I first discovered the idea behind shame-based realities back in the late 80s when studying and working with John Bradshaw's material. It was in his book, Healing the Shame That Binds You, that I found a major key to unlocking many things. In this book, he discusses the differences between shame and guilt, and how, by making a clear distinction in the meaning and understanding of these words, we can release ourselves from a whole myriad of untruths and heal how we feel about ourselves and how we communicate with others. Here's my understanding of these distinctions. Shame is a belief. It's a decision about the self that something is inherently wrong or flawed about us, that somehow, some way, we were wired wrong and manufactured incorrectly, and that we were born bad. It's a belief about ourself that creates a feeling that who we are, to the core, is somehow bad, wrong, flawed, or messed up in some way. Guilt is a feeling. It's a feeling about what we did or what the implications of what we did were, and how our choice or choices had an undesired or negative effect on someone or something else. It's about feeling bad about what we did, not who we are. I believe guilt is good. I believe guilt comes from a place that guides us between the concepts of right and wrong, and I believe that guilt is one of our teachers and can lead us to a compassionate understanding not only about ourselves, but about others as well. I think it's good to feel bad if you've hurt someone or something, so that you can have the anxiety or stress required to create the chemical mind environment to connect new synapses. Shame, on the other hand, is toxic at best. It usually begins to occur in our lives during our somebody training as our significant role models define us with statements such as, "What's wrong with you?" or "Are you crazy?" or "You're bad." And our list begins and continues until we put a stop to it. Over time, all of those you statements got turned into I statements, and, well, the rest is history. Just throw your dog a bone, give him a good belly rub, because until you put a stop to all this, the rover reality and the learned helplessness about ourselves will be alive and kicking. As a result, most of us have learned and or are living a shame-based reality. We'll discuss how to work with that aspect of our beliefs and self-talk in the next chapter. For now, I'll just state that for me, learning that I was okay, that I am okay. I'm not flawed. I'm not bad. I'm not inherently wrong. I'm not doomed because I'm messed up in some way. Learning that all of that was put into me through accepting what someone else said about me as true, was learning that every day I have a clean slate and I can choose to believe or choose to learn or choose to be any way I want to. In raising my own children, I was rigorous and always being very clear with them about what I was addressing when I was reprimanding them. Whenever they would do something that I disapproved of, I would always start out by saying, I love you. I think you're beautiful and perfect just the way you are. And the choice you made is what I want to talk about. While parenting my children this way, I discovered that I needed to treat myself in the same way. As I stated earlier, we'll discuss it in the next chapter. For now, let me conclude that thought with this. Who you are is beautiful, okay? Who you are is wonderful. Who you are is the perfect example and expression of creation. And you're just busy thinking you're not. That's it. You're it. You just get busy thinking you're not. And there are so many different ways I could say it, but the main point here is for us to lighten up on ourselves and really give ourselves some slack. We really have no choice but to do that, if that is what we want in our lives. And we have no choice but to do that if that is what we want in our lives. We can't wait around expecting someone to do it for us. Well, we could, maybe it would happen someday, but all we really have is right now, this moment. And something we can actually do for ourselves that is not dependent on anyone else is giving ourselves a break. It is by far one of the greatest gifts we can give to ourselves. Actually, it's also one of the greatest gifts we can give to someone else. If we really exercise this approach, this muscle, if you will, eventually it becomes our automatic response to all criticism, whether self-generated or not, which in turn gives us a break from the storm of our lives and helps us give a break to those around us as well. Just imagine if we couldn't think or talk to ourselves or anyone else. Would any of these internal or external struggles even exist? So give yourself a break, and when things do come up, they'll be that much easier to deal with. To illustrate all the points I've made thus far in this chapter, I once again turn to my good old buddy Ram Dass, and he was telling us a story about a kind of family reunion between himself and an old colleague from back in the early 70s, when they were part of this kind of early exploration and research into LSD, psychology, sociology, consciousness, and such. And it had been many years since they had seen each other and just hung out like in the old days. So as the evening progressed, they shared what they'd been through and the discoveries they'd made. And towards the end of the evening, the friend turned to Ram Dass and said, "You know, Dick," his name's Richard, "you haven't changed a bit." Now, here's a guy who threw his entire life into self-discovery. A guy who decided to become a piece of data for all of us to study and, as a result, gave his life to the process. This led him to study with yogis, swamis, gurus, shamans, rinpoches, practicing some of the most austere practices, hanging out in caves for weeks or months on end, fasting, doing yoga. A guy who decided to really open Pandora's box to see what would happen, not caring what came out the other end. It could have been a raving lunatic or an enlightened master. It didn't matter. He was really going to go for it and see what happened. And after 20-some years of doing this, he's got this guy looking him in the eye and saying, "You know, Dick, you haven't changed a bit." If that were you, what would you do with that? Well, Ram Dass just giggled to himself as he pondered the statement. He said that he realized that this guy was right. That he, Ram Dass, still had all the personality traits he had ever had. Every neurosis, every psychosis, every fear, judgment, everything was still there. What had changed was his reaction and response to them. There used to be these huge, ugly, omnipresent forces that would come in and completely take over his life. But now they were just like these little muses that would come in and tease him every now and then. It was like, "Hey, there's that pesky little greed again," or "Here comes Dad again," or "Hey, there's sexual perversity. Come on in. How you doing?" So all of the stuff he was working on all his life was still there. It never went away. What had changed was the hold it had on controlling his life. He now had a hold of his fire hose and could direct his awareness as opposed to it directing him. I tell you that story because I believe that it was through the nurturing of his observer, his witness, that he was able to step back and just observe these things about himself. For myself in my own life, I'd have to say the same is true. I mean, all my stuff is still right there, trying to get my attention every now and then. I mean, when I get lazy or when I'm tired, sometimes it gets me. Yet it doesn't usually get me for too long because I've trained my mind to remind myself that that's what it's doing. Some friends of mine and I used to joke around with this idea all the time, and we used to pretend that when these things would come up, it was God in disguise trying to trick us to see where we were in our studies. I mean, I'd be in the thick of some battle with myself when I'd realize what was happening, and I'd say, you almost got me that time, God. I mean, man, you're good. I mean, I completely forgot for a moment that it was you. I mean, wow, good job. I mean, you definitely are the master of disguises, and et cetera, you know. But I'd be playful with it, and slowly, each one of those moods and attitudes have faded into the background. I mean, none of which ever really went away. And every now and then they rear their little heads with subtler and subtler disguises. A key point here is that the moment I thought I'd finally licked one of these, I mean, the moment I'd let myself think, wow, I'm finally done with that, I mean, that moment was the exact moment I was completely lost in whatever I thought I was done with. Every time I would think something like that, whammo, it definitely would come back. So take pride in the fact that you may have taken some control back from an unconscious behavior or belief, but never, ever believe that you've beat them once and for all. I guarantee that once you think you have, they'll be back to claim their territory. So, we have to remember that there are two distinct explorations and understandings that we are setting out to achieve. One is the psychological understanding of ourselves, that which is the room and that which is within the room. And the other is the spiritual understanding of ourselves, that which is everything else. The goal for either is to raise our flashlight and illuminate that which we currently cannot see about ourselves. And in so doing, we will expand our beings by incorporating all the facets of our existence into a singular momentum of continuous receptivity and growth. Instead of projecting our past into the futures and reliving certain occurrences over and over again, we can develop lives of spontaneous interactions, of original experiences. In regards to our psychological self-exploration, remember that our goals are to learn who we are busy being in regards to our self-talk, our typewriter list, our snapshots, our decisions, the origins of our motivations, and our beliefs. In so doing, we may visit the outcomes of the events that hinder our continued growth because of our original responses and choices, which may have led us to a static state of learned helplessness. By changing our original responses to the source events that shaped our mind and its thoughts, we generate a new outcome and free ourselves from our decisions that have frozen us in time. In so doing, we clean our rooms and find the light switch, only to find more rooms that need illumination and cleaning so that we may find other light switches and rooms and so on and so forth. I mean, there's endless rooms and endless light switches. So, once you get out of the house, maybe you can find a big spotlight or sunlight to illuminate the entire house. But until then, hold on to your flashlight because you're gonna need it. In regards to our spiritual exploration, our goal is to fully experience the fact that who we are has nothing to do with the mind. That in the course of training our minds through concentration and focus, we may learn to use it as a launching pad to discover our observer and witness and begin the journey of experiencing a reality far beyond anything the mind can even begin to explain. In regards to religious beliefs, I hope that everything in this book not only challenges your beliefs, but also strengthens your understanding and connection to the source that unites us all. In so doing, we may be able to change things here on earth and create a world we are proud to leave for our children. So enough of that commentary, but back to the point about approach an attitude. In all the ways I can, I make a game of this. I mean, the moment we get too heavy or too serious, the moment gotcha happens and the disguised thoughts have tricked you once again into believing that they are real and that they are who and what you are. So in the ultimate playground, just have fun. Play games and share the toys. Enjoy the eternal recess and have a blast. Laugh at yourself and nurture yourself. It's really the best and most loving and compassionate thing you can do for yourself and all of us. It's like the words in that song called Love Yourself, where it goes, hey, it's okay. I said, hey, it's okay to love yourself. Ain't no one gonna do it for you, and they couldn't if they wanted to. No, now it's all up to you. Because I've learned from all of my mistakes that I'll make some more. Well, I'm not inherently wrong. I'm not a sinner. If you focus on love, you can find it everywhere. But if you can't love yourself, please, can you tell me, how do you think you can give your love to anyone else? So, take a breath, relax, and be what you need. Give yourself that which you need and want from others. I guarantee when you muster up the practice of being for others that which you yourself need, your whole world will change. It's so weird, this whole game of getting to know oneself. I say weird because the whole idea of learning to be requires that you do things in order to learn how to just be. In many ways, it's a lot of unlearning, challenging the list that currently governs who you are. When you remember that your list is just that, a bunch of comparative data for your mind to create meaning, it allows for that spaciousness that affords the opportunity to add to and create a new list. As I stated earlier in this book, it's my assertion that it's imperative that we expose ourselves to as many different things as possible. This way we have a new base of information upon which to make new choices. As far as what you expose yourself to, I can only make suggestions as to what the goals may be, but it's up to you to find the solutions that work for you. The process you choose that works for you may not work for me, and vice versa. The exercise I suggest in the next chapter have worked for me as well as for almost everyone I've ever shared them with, but that doesn't mean they'll resonate with you. I may have attracted those individuals who harmonize with how I've done it, just as they have attracted me to them. My consensus reality may not be yours, and on and on and on and on and blah, 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 blah. It's all just words. Your now, your present moment is where your life is happening. Actually happening. As I type these words, my now is happening. But my now is really quite a then as it passes through your now. And since it takes time to pass through your now, it only appears as though it's your now when really it's your then already. Again, it's just all words. Your now, your present moment is where your life is happening. Actually happening. Your now is not something we can even talk about because your now is not in time. If we think about it, we're in time because thinking takes time. Maybe we're slowing down the mind a bit and you're feeling a bit of spaciousness, but that's all that is, spaciousness. When you take yourself to your real now, when you actually go through the point of no return, then this book and almost any process you can find will be irrelevant. It's such a joke. A cosmic joke because your now, the now, is always happening. It's always been happening. It's never not happened. And all our thinking, all our meaning, all our lives depend on where we're observing from, where our flashlight is, what our conversation is. Remember the Paul Williams quote? The past and the future are inevitable. The past and the future don't exist. Recently, I was hanging out with my friend Robert, and we were discussing these concepts when he said, your book is really a call to accountability for what we make things mean. Because we're the ones who make it mean something. It doesn't mean anything until we make it mean something. And that each of us is solely responsible for all of this. So, the ultimate playground, your life, my life, life in general, life. Take a moment. Take your eyes and just gaze into your environment. Just look out in front of you. There it is. Life. I mean, really do it. Hang out there for a while and then come back and continue. Now, what you see is the physical reality. But what about all the other realities? What about your thought reality, your feeling reality, your vibratory reality, your psychic reality, your energetic reality, your spiritual reality, and on and on? I mean, what about them? Which one is it? Or which one is the one? I mean, are you, or anyone for that matter, willing to tell me that any one of those is more real than another? That any one of them is more important than another? That any one of them is the only one on which you need to focus? So what do we do with all that? I mean, what do we do with all this stuff? What does it all mean? I mean, what is the purpose of it all? I have my answers, but what are yours? What's the big picture? And as you put the puzzle together, have you seen the actual box cover? These are all things you have to find for yourself. In just a little bit, I'll tell you what I think, but then again, that's all that is. It's what I think. And once again, it's just thoughts. I'm just the finger pointing at the moon. It's the moon you should be looking at. Don't look at the finger. I'm pointing at the moon. Look at the moon, not the finger. I, Joe Marcella, am a dynamic, constantly growing and evolving being. I presume that if you are reading this book, you consider yourself to be the same. Whatever I state today may change tomorrow. And most likely the change won't be a drastic 180-degree turn, but I hope to evolve my thoughts and understanding every day. I hope to continuously integrate and extrapolate on everything I've ever learned or will learn. It's like what Gandhi said when someone told him that he needed to be more consistent, and he said, "My commitment is to truth, not consistency." And since my understanding of truth changes from day to day, so will my consistency. I guess it is here that I'll submit a tool and a kind of goal of mine. I mean, recently I came up with an approach to life, or at least a perspective or filtering device to use, an idea whose birth came from writing and reading this book. So it is here today that I introduce to you the world and new word and concept of repeatlessness. As time has gone on, it has turned out that this concept of repeatlessness is actually a law in our universe. But repeatlessness represents many things. Repeatlessness is a concept. Repeatlessness is a shift in perspective. Repeatlessness is a state of being. Repeatlessness is a fact of life, and repeatlessness, it's just a word. And repeatlessness is a law in our universe. Repeatlessness is based on the fact that the eternal present is spontaneous, ever-changing, evolving expression of creation and life. There are no two atoms, experience, or moments that are exactly the same. Every moment, every now, is completely unique, fresh, and new. To live a life of repeatlessness is to live a life of spontaneous, dynamic co-creation with the universe. To achieve a life of repeatlessness requires living and responding to the world from the observer and not the mind. To respond to the world from outside the constraints of the mind and its list, as well as any other construct it can create or perceive. To live this way requires no identification with comfort zones, lists, the room, unplugged dog dreams, or automatic responses to anything. Is it a reasonable approach to life? I think so. Is it achievable? Well, nothing to achieve. It just is. I mean, it's what really is and has always really been. So it's something we are. Is it sustainable? I mean, well, once again, there's nothing to sustain. It just is. The more I focus on it, the more I'm aware of its reality. Is it an ideal? Yes. That it is. And in being so, requires the user to know that it is something that should only be expected of oneself and not of others. I think repeatlessness as a concept and a state of mind is the quintessential expression of everything in this book. For you to be able to even consider its existence is for you to accept the major principles and concepts presented here within. Ultimately, I think we're already living a repeatless life. I mean, if every atom in the universe is constantly being affected by all the other atoms, and everything is in a continuous state of motion and change, and every moment is completely new and unique in and of itself, so life is, in and of itself, a state of repeatlessness. No two things or no two experiences can or will ever be exactly the same. They are, in essence, the expression of repeatlessness. The only place where repeatlessness doesn't actually occur is in our own minds. And actually, that's only a perception. Since repeatlessness cannot not happen, the only reason it would appear to not be happening is because you think it's not because it's not. So life is, in and of itself, a state of repeatlessness. And the only place where repeatlessness doesn't occur is through the perception of our mind. But it's not true. It can't be. It's not possible. Hence, repeatlessness can serve as a reminder, a catchword that can hopefully trigger the idea that no matter what is happening in your life, it is brand new and unique in and of itself. It is a concept to aid and guide one through the process of creating new ours. It is a way in which one can remember the truth about our lives. As I was writing this section on repeatlessness, I struggled for quite some time to find the best way to explain the functionality of this concept. It seems as though this chapter has been about one's attitude. I mean, how to approach and what to expect when pursuing self-discovery. So how did this word and its associated meaning fit into all this? Once again, it was my friend Tom who helped me to clarify what I've been attempting to convey. In our conversation about how I use this concept, we discovered that it was kind of an alarm or a virus detecting device. That for me, once it had saturated my list enough, served and serves as a way for me to catch my mind and raise my flashlight. The concept or tool of repeatlessness can be applied to an experience so as to short-circuit a mind loop in which we may get caught in. And it's kind of a virus protection for our biocomputer. So use it as you will. It's just something that for one reason or another has been very useful to me. And I hope the same to be true for you. After all, it certainly seems to be a universal truth. Today, philosophy schools and some of the latest philosophy PhDs are using this concept and transforming the way they perceive and write about the philosophical mind in our world. I mean, I just came up with this idea and this word, and it just kind of landed in my head. And it is having a transformative effect on the planet. And I believe that this simple word is grace. I mean, it's grace being given to us and being given to me. And I'm grateful to be able to share it. I guess it is here that now I will answer my earlier question about what does all this mean and what is the purpose of life. To tell you the truth, I have no idea. Okay, I don't. I mean, I have a bunch of concepts and words I can share, but are they the truth? Beats me. But since we're talking about it, and since I don't want to use anything as a cop-out, I'll tell you what I think it all means and what I feel my purpose is in life. Before I go there are a couple things I want to share. First, anyone who thinks they have all the answers, good for you, blessings to you, because I know I don't. Second, it seems to me that we're all just pretending we know and doing the best we can with the information we have. I mean, in my truth, we're all just improvising. Life is an improvisation, and each of us is improvising our lives the best we can. I will be the first to admit that I'm as good a faker as the next. And I think it would be an enormous leap for all of humanity to accept that no one really actually knows the truth. Sure, we have our faiths and our beliefs. I mean, we're even so bold as to tell others that we know because our faith and our beliefs, and yet, in truth, no one really knows until they cross over. And even then, we don't know if we get to know. So, what's the point of pretending? I really don't know. Yet, if that's your bag, then right on. Just know that we know, and we love you anyways. Third, nothing in this book is the truth or is real. Okay? Nothing in this book is the truth or is real. The only thing that is true and real is the moment you are having right now. And right now, and right now, you get the picture. The eternal present, the now, the exquisite expression of repeatlessness is the only thing that is real. Not our perceptions, our thoughts, or our feelings about them. So with all that said, what gives me meaning and purpose is this. Without two hands, could either hand know what the other hand feels like? In other words, I think we are all different parts of a single body or being, that each of us is a different aspect, expression, branch, or part of the same thing, and through each of us, the receptors, it is getting to know itself. The only purpose I can muster that gives meaning to me is that I am here to learn, explore, harmonize with, most importantly, nurture and take care of all living organisms and everything that is life. When we step out of the concept of our separation with everything, the dualism of perception, which is created and solely exists in the mind, we are left with a singular awareness that is directly connected and is the source of all life. To continually remember that and express that is what this book is all about and what I strive for every moment of every day when I'm not being that. It's like the story about the question God, well, it was Ram in this case, asked of his servant Hanuman. You see, Ram, who needed to create a subroutine of sorts to get things done here on earth, created a part of himself through the being of Hanuman. And one day, while playing around, he asked Hanuman, "Who are you?" And Hanuman pondered the question for a while, and he looked at God, or Ram, and said, "When I don't remember, I serve you. And when I do remember, I am you." Well, thus is the story of my life. I believe everything that is beautiful, wonderful, exquisite, abundant, endless, magnificent, faultless, and the absolute quintessential expression of the perfection of life is who we really are. Everything else is all created in the mind. I believe that everything we love about life is who we are, and everything we don't like about life, everything negative, is all created in the mind. So focus on what you will, and that will be your truth. or as Richard Bach said it in his book Illusions, argue for your limitations. And sure enough, they're yours. So thank you so much. I mean, really, thank you so much for letting me play with you in your playground. I've loved every minute of it, and I will cherish our coming together again. The next chapter contains what I call recipes for repeatlessness. It is a whole smorgasbord of techniques and methods for cleaning your room and getting out of your room. I invite you to explore as many as you can so that you may find your particular path, the combination code to yourself. Please do so with joy, with wonder, and with gratitude, and with a benevolence towards yourselves. And I look forward to seeing you someday in the future, catching your eye, and smiling with you in recognition that we are one in the same. I honor the place in you that is light, and I honor the place in you that is love. I honor the place in you where the whole universe resides, so if you are in that place in you, and I am in that place in me, there's only one of us. Namaste. In closing this chapter, I leave you with another quote from Ram Dass. I believe it captures the essence of what I've been striving to say. He says, "The yogi is able to place the candle of his awareness or his attention in a niche within himself where the winds of distraction do not make the candle flame move. That is where a sound or a sight or a smell or a taste or a sensation on the skin does not distract him. What is left to distract him, of course, are still his own thoughts, his memories, his plans, and it is here where the discipline that the yogi must impose upon himself becomes exquisitely difficult and something requiring an extraordinary amount of patience. So, off we go. Let's go find the stillness, the peace, the eye in the hurricane of our lives." Chapter 8. Recipes for Repeatlessness. Cleaning house and sacred space. Welcome to the smorgasbord. I hope you're hungry, and I'm excited to see you here. I'm grateful we can share a meal together, and afterwards we can go out and play in the ultimate playground. The goal of this chapter is to get you started on your journey. I will share with you ways to move around your room, create a new list, learn about your self-talk, expand your comfort zones, learn about your airplane, build your car, create a map, love yourself, and ultimately get out of your room. All the adventures in this chapter are things I have done. I mean, each has led me to understand another aspect of my life, but by no means does this chapter include everything I've learned or have done. If these exercises resonate with you, right on, and if not, well, so be it. But please continue searching and trying new things so that your growth will continue and we can meet in the place where we are one. Please let me know what has or hasn't worked for you, or let me know of new things you have discovered elsewhere that you think have been beneficial. Just write me at repeatlessness.com. That's www.repeatlessness.com. If you're new to meditation or have only done it for a few years, the information in this chapter will get you started. If you're just craving descriptions and explanations for a whole smattering of techniques across multiple cultures, disciplines, and religions, then I highly recommend 2 books that are authored by Ram Dass. One is called Be Here Now, and the last chapters of Be Here Now are the most comprehensive cross-cultural collection of meditations and philosophies and ideas that I've ever come across, and the other is called Journey of Awakening. These 2 books are almost encyclopedic in nature and offer a comprehensive collection of various meditation techniques, methods, and disciplines. Journey of Awakening even has a list of retreat centers and facilities where you can go learn various disciplines. So they are filled with thought-provoking quotes, detailed descriptions, and explanations of a whole myriad of considerations when pursuing self-discovery. If you like repeatlessness, I'm sure you will like these 2 books in particular. If you've read them, well, read them again, or maybe check out and peruse the suggested reading list at repeatlessness.com. I've been reading and rereading these 2 classics for over 20 years and will probably continue reading them for another 20. Each time I do, I find something new or remember something I let slide. So instead of attempting to recreate these masterpieces, I'll direct you to them for your own examination and exploration. I think you will find that both will fill many gaps in your knowledge of the process and your knowledge of yourself. I know they did and still do mine. So, where to start? Since each of us is at a different level, we need to discuss what the common denominator is. The main goal is to experience the present moment, the repeatlessness state, the here and now. How we go about that depends on a lot of factors, yet the common denominator amongst all those factors is the quieting of the mind. Until we can learn to quiet or disengage our identification with the mind, our distracting thoughts and fire hose will drag us around. So, how about we start there? The quieting of the mind. Cleaning house. I suggest that we start with the least, yet for me the most, obvious chore of cleaning house. Please note that I do not mean this figuratively or metaphorically. I mean it quite literally. Before we can effectively clean and reorganize our internal room, mind, it's pretty critical to take care of business and clean up our living spaces. Almost 100% of the people who tell me they're feeling bogged down and scattered are also people who need to pay bills, file paperwork, sort things, dust things, clean closets, organize garages, and so on and so forth. Each one of these unfinished tasks actually takes up a portion of our mind and creates a little subroutine or mind loop that can act as an irritant and certainly a distraction to quieting the mind. When one adds up the dozens upon dozens of things that need to be attended to, that need to be done, the list can be overwhelming, yet each unfinished task is just another roadblock to your self-discovery. To get started, let's see. How about cleaning out the fridge or the cabinets or your car or whatever? Find something to do that has needed to be done. And when you're done with it, see how much easier it is to sit and be still. Start by making a list and putting it on the fridge. Train yourself to go to that list every time you think of something that needs to be done, and then add it to the list. If you find one day or evening that you really don't feel like doing anything that's on the list, that's the perfect time to prod yourself to getting up and at least get started on one of them. I think you'll be amazed at how you feel soon after getting started or completing one of your tasks. For myself, I sometimes get overwhelmed with some of the smallest things. Something as simple as taking out the garbage, can feel like an insurmountable task that'll bog me down for hours or even days. It's ridiculous. And after I finally get around to doing it, I just sit there pondering, what was that all about? The whole task only took around 5 or 10 minutes, yet for some reason, I let it get the better of me. There's one solution I found for myself that really helped me to get around some of my blocks. You see, I love to talk on the phone. So I combine that activity with getting tasks done around the house. Nowadays, I put my headset on and I do tasks like the garbage, the dishes, the laundry, the filing, the dusting, the raking, or the whatever, all while talking on the phone. It's gotten to the point where I almost don't remember doing all the chores. It's wonderful. That's one solution I came up with, and many have offered me others. Maybe you have a great idea and would like to share it, and if so, I'd invite you to log on to the website and add your suggestion to the user-submitted exercise section within the recipes area at the Repeatlessness website. Hopefully, others will benefit from your ideas as well. I know I will. So, That's a place to start. Make some effort cleaning up and straightening out the physical world so you can be free to spend some uncluttered time in the non-physical one. Sacred space. Although it's not critical, it's nice to have a sacred space. This can be an altar, a wall, a shelf, a corner in a room, or an entire room if you have the space. The idea here is to begin creating a place where your self-discovery has a place to exist in the physical world. A place or space that acts as an external representation of your internal intention. I've feng shuied my home and have all different kinds of spaces and places throughout my home. I have an altar in one room, a helper corner with pictures and figurines of folks who are my helpers in life, Krishna, Ram Dass, Maharaji, Hanuman, and I have a whole wall in one hallway that's dedicated to all my gurus, my teachers who have taught me along the way. The wall includes pictures of Maharaji, Ram Dass, Osho, Meher Baba, Jesus, Harikam Baba, Adida, Sai Baba, Prabhupada, Amachi, Ramana Maharshi, Kirpal Singh, Dalai Lama, Papaji, Gungaji, John Lennon, George Harrison, Martin Luther King Jr., Gandhi, and a whole host of friends and helpers along the way. Scattered among those pictures are pertinent quotes that have had a profound impact on my awareness in life. From time to time, I'll hang out with this wall and one by one spend time in thought with each of the teachers, giving thanks and gratitude for each of their contributions in my life. When I was first getting started on my spiritual journey, I understood the idea of creating a sacred space, but I was living in a fraternity, and I knew that my fraternal brothers would never understand such a thing, so what to do? Then one day, while reading some of Be Here Now in my favorite coffee house, I spontaneously just got up and walked outside and wandered across the street to an open-air parking garage. It was there, in one of the upper corners of this garage, that I found and created my first sacred space that I fondly deemed my launching pad. Each day, I'd spend an hour or so there just chanting away or reading a spiritual book or maybe just contemplating and meditating. Eventually, as my practice grew stronger, I transitioned into doing my practice wherever I happened to be, yet I was always discreet. The nice thing about my parking garage launching pad was that whenever I was there, that is what I did. My intent was focused, and I experienced incredible things. So I share that story with you to hopefully convey that the where is not as important as your intent. With each successive home I've had, there's always been a specific place for my practice. That way, when I'm there, I am focused and intend on furthering my relationship with God and myself. Ultimately, the goal for me has been to see all of Earth, everywhere I am, as my sacred space. In so doing, I have shed the dependency on any one space. This approach has also facilitated my shedding the excuse that I can't be meditative or present somewhere because I'm not in my sacred space. So please remember that I've been doing this for over 20 years, and the development of a continuous practice has been gradual. So be patient and loving with yourself and start where you will. Find some place that can be energized with your intent, and I think you will find it will help. In regards to turning the entire world into your sacred space, the word sadhana is a word for the activity of turning all of your daily activities into a spiritual practice. So when one is aware of their sadhana, they are aware that every act, every thought, every experience is their spiritual practice. By reading this book, you are doing your sadhana. I'm doing mine by writing it. A little later in this chapter, I'll present some exercises to turn your everyday activities such as eating, walking, seeing, hearing, washing, and bathing into meditations to deepen your awareness of the moment. So, next, let's talk about your car. The car. Stretching, breathing, cold showers, sex, comfort zones, diet, driving meditation. Stretching. stretching. I mean, you gotta love stretching. Stretching one's body is not only important, but also probably one of the most useful activities we can do for ourselves. If there were only 3 recommendations I would make as the main tools and basis of routine or practice in one's self-discovery, one would be breathing, one would be meditating, and the last would be stretching. Everyone knows that we carry different types of tension in different parts of our body, and most everyone knows that these tensions are connected with the stresses within our lives. In fact, volumes upon volumes of books are written about tensions being associated with particular emotions, feelings, and events that are occurring in our lives. Louise Hay took this concept to the next level in her book, Heal Your Body. The entire book is on what various injuries and illnesses to the body mean and what affirmations we can use to heal those aspects of ourselves so that we don't injure that part of our body or need to have illness in that part of our body to get our attention. It's fascinating material, and so far, after 25 years of working with her concepts, they've always been accurate and true. So you may want to look into some Louise Hay material, but back to stretching. We carry tensions in our body, and the quickest, easiest way to relax our body is to stretch our body. I was fortunate in that I grew up as a gymnast and then danced professionally, so stretching became a regular part of my everyday life. Yet, I'll tell you, even after tens of thousands of hours of stretching, there are plenty of places that I do not like to stretch because even after all those years, they still get tight. I mean, my hamstrings, for instance. It seems no matter how many years I've been working on them, I seem to still channel and store tension there. They're always tight, so to work with them is never something I enjoy, but when I do, it affects how I am in the world. Now, there are all types of stretchings that you can do. I mean, what's beautiful about yoga is that the practice of yoga is for your body, your mind, and your spirit. It also incorporates breathing into your stretching, which is a pretty essential component to letting go and relaxing. To get started in stretching, I mean, you don't have to make a big deal out of it by joining a class or anything that could become an obstacle to moving forward in the subject. For the purpose of this book and the purpose of just getting started, we can work on stretching very simply. First, identify and locate the areas in your body where you're tight. I mean, begin by moving your body around. Stand up and lift and rotate your shoulders. Do your shoulders feel tight? If they do, very gently begin to work with that tightness. Just rotate your shoulders very slowly and begin to work the tension out. You never want to be rough. You never want to force. You simply want to stretch into the tension. While you're stretching, remember to breathe. As you exhale, stretch a little deeper into the stretch and the tension. Breathing deep belly breaths will in and of itself relieve tensions in the body, but combined with the act of stretching, it has a more powerful effect. Continue to move around your body. I mean, feel if your neck is tense, and if it is, just rub yourself gently. Work on the muscles. Loosen them up. If your arms are tired, go ahead and give them a massage. If your shoulders are tight, rub them. I mean, wherever your body seems to be a little tight, go ahead and work on that area. Pamper it a little bit. Heal it a little bit. If you want to sit on the floor and do various stretches you learned in gym class, that's great. I mean, just remember that aligning your body properly is important. So if you're reaching over your leg, make sure, the best that you can, that your toe is pointed straight upwards. And remember to keep your foot and ankle relaxed. If you bend over and feel pain, stop right there. Try to keep breathing and slowly but slowly attempt to deepen the stretch. Most people tend to hold their breath when stretching. We especially tend to do it when we're feeling some pain. So remember that the goal here is to relax into that sensation, very much like the shower meditation I'll talk about later. There are many books on stretching, so check them out at the library or at the bookstore and see which one speaks to you. There are books and videotapes on yoga, and there are classes at your health club or community center, and talk to a trainer. Learn various ways of stretching. Talk to a friend who practices yoga. See if they can show you some things. It's not a huge, horrible task to, undertake. Each day while you're watching TV or sitting at the computer, take a few moments to really stretch, to check your posture, to relax your body. Make it a daily practice to really pay attention and keep track of what's going on in your body. Become aware of where you hold your tensions. As you clear those tensions out, your body can function more effortlessly. Your body will be more efficient in digesting food, more efficient in passing nutrients through to muscles and tissues, more healthy through the evacuation of unnecessary waste that may be stored in the tissues and muscles. And last but not least, it will afford you the opportunity to have a more relaxed and comfortable body in which and with which to do your meditations. So spend some time getting to know yourself and where you hold tension. And remember, stretching each day helps keep the stresses away. I know it's corny, but it's true. Stretching each day helps keep the stresses away. Breathing. So, cleaning house, creating a sacred space, stretching, and now breathing. Breathing is one of the most profound tools we have for calming ourselves down. Whether or not you believe in God, have a spiritual practice, or even desire to calm yourself, the fact remains that taking deep breaths, that's belly breaths, calms us down, relaxes our body, and soothes our nerves. Regardless of our beliefs or setting, this is what breathing does. In the late 80s, I came across some materials that explained that when we breathe deeply, expanding our bellies and entire chest cavity, we actually increase our oxygen intake by as much as 20%. That means for every 5 belly breaths, we increase our oxygen intake as if we've taken an additional breath. If we extrapolate that out to a 24-hour period, the average human being is breathing around 10,000 breaths per day. Belly breathing would result in an additional 2,000 breaths per day. If we continue that train of thought and apply this to a year of breathing, belly breathing for 1 year would increase our oxygen intake by 730,000 breaths. That's almost 750,000 breaths. If we only did this 1/10 of the time, it would result in an additional 200 breaths per day, or 73,000 per year. Yes, that's right. If we increase our oxygen intake by only 10%, it's like taking 73,000 additional breaths each year. If we only increase our oxygen intake by 5%, about 15 minutes a day, the result would be approximately 36,500 additional breaths per year. Maybe you're asking, so what? What's the big deal about oxygen intake? Well, I'm glad you asked, because increased oxygen in our body allows for deeper relaxation, increased peace, increased composure, an increased sense of calmness, a greater detoxification of the body, and a whole myriad of positive attributes. So increased oxygen intake creates nothing but positive results for the wellness of your mind, body, and spirit. Please take some time to become aware of your breathing habits. I'm currently designing a downloadable timer for computers, as well as a watch and pendant with adjustable timers to help remind the user at particular intervals to stop, relax, and take a breath. Until those are available on the website, write yourself some notes and put them on your computer or in your car or in your wallet or the bathroom or on the fridge or wherever, and before you know it, you'll be breathing deeper, relaxing more, and most of all, you'll begin to find yourself doing it naturally. There are several practices and techniques surrounding one's breathing, and 2 prominent ones are pranayama and the other one is qigong. And there are numerous books, teachers, and websites dedicated to these practices. If this is something you find interesting, I encourage you to explore these valuable tools and resources. The 2 books I mentioned at the beginning of this chapter, Be Here Now and Journey of Awakening, both have sections with great descriptions of these techniques. They'll get you started and keep you going for a while. Our suggested reading store in the flashlights area of repeatlistens.com also has resources available and is only a click away. Later in the meditation section of this chapter, we'll discuss other techniques for using your breathing as a device to center the mind and calm the body. Yet for now, please take the time and make the effort to breathe deeper each day. not only will it aid and assist you in your everyday life, it'll also aid and assist all of us as well. Let's start right now. Okay? Take a breath. Did you feel it? I mean, I did. I hope now the old saying, breathe, has deeper meaning for you and your path. Cold showers. Yes, that's right. I said cold showers. Oh, I know it doesn't sound appealing. I know it can be a really intense experience, but I'll tell you, cold showers are an awesome thing. My understanding is that cold showers help to stimulate the flushing of the entire lymphatic system such that more toxins are pushed out of the body. In regards to our personal growth, toxins do not necessarily mean heavy metals or poisons from the environment that are in our body. The toxins I speak about are the leftover residual emotional chemicals that are secreted from our brain and stored in our body when not fully burned out of our system. You see, each time we have an intense feeling, let's say anger, unless we fully express that anger and literally burn the chemical of what anger is out of our system, the residual leftover unburned toxins remain in the body. They're stored in our muscle tissue and in our fascia. Let me back up a bit. Okay, chemicals in our bodies create our feelings. And any feeling we have can be externally chemically induced. In fact, every feeling we have is internally chemically induced. When we respond to an event, our brains search our typewriter list, comparing the current event to past events in order to find correlation between the two. Once it has found what it believes to be a correlation, it creates and attaches a meaning to the event. Once meaning has been given to the event, the mind then connects the meaning to a particular belief. The moment our mind makes a decision or choice that creates a belief, our brain secretes different types of chemicals into our body. Sometimes those chemicals are endorphins and we feel high and happy, and sometimes they are less pleasant than endorphins. So, if during your childhood something traumatic happened to you and you were told to stop crying and do this or do that, and you were not able to experience the moment and actually burn those chemicals out by expressing them, what happens is that from that moment forward, every single time you have that feeling again, not only are you getting the newly secreted hormones and chemicals that are occurring from your brain in that moment, you're also reactivating the residual chemicals that still remain in your body from the last time you felt it. And on, over and over, each time we experience an emotion, the emotion gets stronger and greater. Let's use some numbers to illustrate this point. Even though a natural response to an event is, let's say, just 5 points of emotion, because we have 30 or 40 points left over from previous unfully expressed experiences, when we have the natural 5-point emotional response again, the 30 or 40 points of residual chemicals get reactivated, giving us multiples of chemicals in our being, which may cause us to overreact to certain situations or have a disproportionate response to an event. To avoid this type of chemical resurgence in our body, cold showers, from my direct experience, release and purge these chemicals from our body, alleviating the possibility of disproportionate chemical responses to stimuli and situations in our lives. Cold showers are a crucial component, technique, and wonderful alternative to any form of immediate relief from reoccurring intense sensations. Ancient rituals from across many cultures and religions have used extreme hot and cold as a healing ritual. The idea of cold showers is not to punish you, or myself. It's simply a procedure for flushing out negativity from our bodies, and a very effective one at that. I guarantee that if you're very upset or angry about something and it's really got you, taking a cold shower will cause your entire being to experience a shift. Whatever had you will have you no longer. If you have trouble getting into a cold shower, start with really warm shower or bath and heat your core temperature. Open the circulation within your body and loosen everything up. Once you've raised your body temperature, begin the transition from warm to cold. Combine it with positive imagery. Take your full consciousness and focus on the fact that you are about to cleanse your whole being. When I enter into cold water, I focus my mind on the ritual of cleansing. I ask that the desires and things that hold me back, the chemicals that hinder or exaggerate my perceptions and feelings, be flushed out and no longer be a part of my existence. I ask to be used as a vehicle for healing the planet, that by receiving the sensations that I'm about to receive, may it carry with it a purging and release for the suffering of all beings. So when I begin to feel discomfort, I try to think not of myself, but of my fellow man. That cleansing myself as an individual, cleansing my soul, helps cleanse all of humanity. This approach is my way to raise my flashlight in these situations. And sometimes I'll jump up and down and scream and vocalize and whatever it takes to move the energy and chemicals. The ultimate goal when taking a cold shower, though, is to be able to stay in the cold water for whatever time it takes so that it no longer feels cold anymore and that your breathing is calm and natural. Please remember that the ultimate goal when taking a cold shower is to be able to stay in the cold water for whatever time it takes so that it no longer feels cold anymore and that your breathing is calm and natural. Now, if we take this water ritual a little further, for those of you who have seen the movie What the Bleep Do We Know?, the shower or cold shower is a wonderful place once again to bless the world. A part of that movie profiled a scientist named Dr. Masaru Emoto, who proved scientifically that water is affected by our feelings and intent. When the scientist projected love into some test water, he and his colleagues were able to actually see a molecular change in the way the molecules lined up in the water. The loved water actually took on an almost snowflake-type crystalline unity and structure throughout the water. Water that was not given a loving intention had no such structure and unity. When tiny amounts of the intended water, the crystallized water, were added to the non-crystallized water, all the molecules of the non-crystallized water would align to the crystalline water. And all of this effect on the water was from our own radiant field or transmitter vibes. So if you send or direct your love into water, that love is stored in the water. The water actually becomes a containment vessel, storage place, a memory device, much like a battery of your love. Through the act and intent of loving water, we can recharge ourselves. We can recharge the planet. We can recharge everything that is living on the planet simply by loving all the water with which we come in contact. You might say this sounds a little far out, but fortunately for me, it's scientifically proven. See Dr. Emoto's book, The Hidden Messages in Water. So with that said, another practice that I've recently added to my cold shower regimen, even on the days that I don't take cold showers, is the practice of bringing my awareness to the loving of all water that passes over my body. As the water passes over my body, I intend that it be blessed with love, and that love, compassion, and understanding be carried to all of the water on earth. I visualize everyone else who is loving the water and sharing that intention as we cleanse ourselves with these few gallons we have here on this planet to use, renewing the energy and life force of all water so that everything can be healed and become peaceful on the planet. Pretty cool, huh? I love the idea, and I practice it every day. So that's cold showers. Everyone to whom I have ever suggested this practice, which would probably now be somewhere in the thousands, would all agree that as a result of doing this particular practice, their entire lives have been transformed. Managing their emotions changed rapidly, and their perspective on the world, as well as their personal sense of peace and calm, dramatically shifted for the better. And I must say as a disclaimer that before you take cold showers, you might want to check with your doctor and see what he or she thinks. I'm by no means a medical doctor, but I do know that for the 20 years that I've been taking cold showers, I'm okay. So do what you will at your own risk. I also recommend the following option for those who may have a concern. I mean, one may start by taking cooler showers instead of cold showers in order to transition your body into the practice. Many people will start that way. I personally was the hardcore type and just went for the cold shower right away. Remember, the ultimate goal or experience in taking cold showers is to be able to achieve the space where there is no difference in your feelings or sensations between the hot or the cold water. It's the same idea of having certain feelings and sensations, and depending on what imagery is added to the feelings, different meaning is created and assigned to that feeling. In that same way, in the physical world, by getting to the place where hot doesn't mean one thing and cold means something else, that there's actually just sensation in the body, and the sensation is just that, a sensation. To reach that place, the core of where the sensation comes from, is to finally have a strong grip on the fire hose. If that's what you're striving for, I hope you reach that place. So, rubber ducky, you're the one. You make bath time so much fun. Okay, enjoy. Sex. There are volumes I could write about sex, but for the purposes of this book, I'll make the following statement and then recommend 2 books for you to read. The statement goes as follows. In my opinion, it is key to focus on giving and receiving during sex rather than the opposite of taking and doing. With that in mind, check out these 2 books. Taoist Secrets of Love, Cultivating Female Sexual Energy for Women, and the Taoist Secrets of Love, Cultivating Male Sexual Energy for Men. Both are authored by Mangtak Chia and provide the basis for everything that is tantric and spiritual about lovemaking. If you are serious about wanting to really understand everything there is to know about this subject, these are the books. Comfort zones. Clearly we discussed comfort zones earlier in the book, but here in this section, I wish to explore the different ways that we can play with our comfort zones. The following is a brief list of possible things that you can do in order to begin to stretch yourself. You remember that book I spoke about from the ancient Chinese spiritual text where it says, "The great way is easy for those who have no preferences"? Well, our preferences are our comfort zones. And beginning to play with our preferences allows us to begin to generate a space of understanding, empathy, and compassion, not only for ourselves, but for everyone. That's all of us as well. These various exercises, which can be done at any given time, are here to help to uncover anything that may be holding us back. So as you go through your life, begin to notice the routines that are part of your life, your everyday life, and switch them up. Play with them. If you normally have your coffee first thing in the morning and then take a shower, take your shower first and then have your coffee afterwards. See how that affects you. So, without further ado, here are some exercises you can play with. Attempt sleeping on the other side of the bed. If you're pretty stuck on one side of the bed, ever try sleeping on the other side? And it can be very interesting playing with this comfort zone, and it will definitely tell you if you are or are not stuck. Another one, if you're accustomed to fixing yourself up before you go out for the day, combing your hair and putting on your makeup or taking a shower and shaving, choose to go out on a weekend in the morning without fixing yourself up, without brushing your hair, without brushing your teeth. See if you can find that comfortable space to just be who you are, not who you choose to present yourself to be. An extension of this exercise is to literally wear 2 different socks or different shoes when you go into public. See how that one pushes or pulls on you. If you're accustomed to the exact opposite, just going out and being free, try fixing yourself up and then listen to your us-them self-talk. Remember, there's no them. Another one, find a book, magazine, or newspaper article that is on a subject you have absolutely no interest in, and then read it. Take the time to see if you can get through it and check where your self-talk is. Another variation on this idea is watching something on TV that you would normally never watch. Maybe a cooking show or a sermon, and allow yourself to do so. Allow yourself to be there and really listen. See if you can work through your comfort zone. The cold shower, well, we talked in length about that one, but that will definitely play with your comfort zones. And another one, well, wear your jewelry or watch on the opposite hand or wrist. That one's always a mind trip. I think you get the idea. Find the various things that are either routines and change them, or that you are adverse to experiencing, and give yourself the opportunity to experience them. Yet this time, experience them in an objective way. Observe yourself. Witness yourself. Experience the feelings and the sensations. See if your respiration changes. Are you breathing in your belly, or are you breathing in your chest? Are you feeling anxious? Is your heart rate increased? Are you distracted by a pain in your body? Are you bored? As you play with your comfort zones, become aware of what is happening to you as a result of exposing yourself to this pattern, this routine, or this information that you normally don't allow yourself to experience. I think you will find it quite enlightening. Our main goal here is to learn to be okay with whatever is. When we loosen up on our preferences and comfort zones, we allow for a space that facilitates calmness and objective observation. From this space, we learn to respond to situations as opposed to react to them. So see what catches you and learn to let go. Life will be so much easier. Just chill, baby, chill. Diet. My own belief is this: I am a living organism. My body is alive, living, and thriving. The cells of my body are alive, living, and thriving. In order for our bodies and cells to continue to live, thrive, grow, reproduce, and all the things that keep us alive, we need to replenish them with energy. So my comment about diet is, do you wish to replenish by digesting and transmuting live matter? Or do you wish to replenish by digesting and transmuting dead matter? Enough said. Driving meditation. There are no recommended meditations while driving. Stay alert. Pay attention to what's happening on the road. Okay, that's the disclaimer, and this illustrates the point. This story comes from a time when Ram Dass was driving from New York to California, and he shared that before the trip he thought to himself, oh, this is great. I've got this long, wonderful trip to just meditate and pray. So the trip began, and he's driving along doing his mantra and meditating. He's just relaxing and getting really far out there, just observing the car go down the street and watching the movie of the trip while doing his mantra. It was all so beautiful, and as well as, kind of psychedelic. So there he was, just kind of tripping out from meditating and driving, when all of a sudden these bright lights go on behind him. And sure enough, the highway patrol wanted to have a chat, and they indicated such with their flashing blue lights. Now, during that period in his life, Ram Dass was spending a lot of time with the Bhagavad Gita. And so the whole time he was chanting to Krishna. So when he saw the blue lights behind him, he thought, Krishna, you've come to visit me. Well, it's Ram Dass. Anyways, the officer comes up next to the car and just kind of stared at him. Ram Dass looked out the window, and to him, he's looking at Krishna, Now, the highway patrol officers are not used to being looked at in this way, as adoration and deity. So the bewildered officer just kind of stood there staring at him while smelling the incense pouring out of the window, just wondering what was up with this guy. So Ram Dass said to him, "Good afternoon, officer. Is there a problem?" The officer shook off his stupor and said, "Well, "Do you know the speed limit on this road?" And Ram Dass replied, "Well, we're on a highway, so that would make it around 55 miles an hour." And the officer looked at him with amazement and said, "Yes, that's correct. So why were you driving 30 miles an hour?" So, with that said, I do not recommend driving meditations per se. Not just because of that story. I mean, I added that story for some humor, but driving and meditating may be less than suited for each other, if you know what I mean. However, the vibrating light bulb, which you'll read about later, is a great one for driving. Listening to books on growth or inspirational music is perfect for driving. Mantra is also a great stress reliever while caught in rush hour traffic. So focus on the road and stay in your room while you're driving. The airplane. Goal setting, success list, creativity, all gurus day, and dial a guru. Goal setting. The concepts, considerations, and methods of goal setting are far too extensive to attempt to cover in this section of the book. Once again, the Repeatlessness Workbook will cover that topic much more thoroughly, but instead of reinventing the wheel, there are some materials already available that are absolutely fantastic. Anthony Robbins, otherwise known as Tony Robbins, is probably one of the best deprogrammers, reprogrammers, or rewriters of lists, if you will, that exists on the planet today. I mean, he has 2 programs, Personal Power, Classic Edition, and Get the Edge, which are phenomenal courseworks that can be purchased and done at home. Once again, you can find many of Tony's materials at the repeatlessness.com website. Although I've never met Tony, I can honestly say that his influence in my life is almost unparalleled. I mean, actually, that's maybe an overstatement because there have been many profound influences in my life, although in many ways it's true, but what I want to impress upon you is the significance and importance of his technology. Occasionally, when I mention the name Tony Robbins, some people seem to have a comfort zone issue with the level of enthusiasm with which he presents himself and his materials. Even Tony has joked about it, but I ask you to simply pass through whatever judgments, whatever comfort zone issues you might have with his enthusiasm and really listen to what he has to say. What he has written in those 2 programs alone can help you reorganize your room and recreate your list in such a way that you will, in fact, have a more successful life. For the purpose of this section of the book, what I will say is this. Goal setting is a multifaceted process. And just as I stated in Chapter 5, Heads or Tails, when one part of the coin goes for the ride, all the parts of the coin go for the ride. Therefore, it's absolutely critical that we approach our goal setting with 2 things in mind. First, attempting to make huge leaps and bounds in only one aspect of our lives will surely meet with failure. And second, focusing on small incremental growths over a sustained period of time over all the aspects of our life is absolutely vital. So, in setting goals, if you want to have your car arrive with your airplane, it's paramount that all the aspects of your car are taken care of. I mean, you wouldn't want to take a long trip and not check the tires, or you wouldn't want the tires to be fine and the brakes not to work. I mean, in other words, attending to all of the aspects of our life simultaneously is absolutely critical. Attempting to make huge leaps and bounds in all the aspects of our life simultaneously would be overwhelming and unrealistic. The focus here is to set our goals for all the aspects of our lives and then work a little bit on each one every day. This way, over time, over let's say 2 weeks, you will have incremental growth for each aspect of your life. So in starting meditation, for example, don't attempt or expect a grandiose experience of deep meditation right away. Simply learn to sit and be. And each day your meditation will go deeper and deeper. If you need to lose weight, don't attempt to lose weight overnight or in short periods of time. Many of us attempt these fast bursts or these fast changes, and we might have instant results, but I ask you this, do we have lasting results? If we had lasting results, I don't think we would be reading this information. One reason we don't have lasting results is because we're out of balance. If our financial goals are in need of a change in order to increase our income and have more stability, that's a wonderful goal, but it needs to be done in conjunction with all the aspects of our life. More often than not, the areas in which we wish to have change or growth or greater understanding are all deeply connected with all the other aspects of our life. So working on the whole being simultaneously is the most effective way to actually see growth and change in your life. Once again, instead of me reinventing the wheel, if you want to get started immediately, get the Tony Robbins website and purchase his Personal Power and/or the Get the Ed seminars. They're worth every penny. I mean, he has a step-by-step process and has been doing this for years, meeting with millions upon millions of people with great success. For now, we can get started by discussing the need for clarity of vision. Before we can even begin to attempt to map a course for our airplane or for your car, you need to be very clear as to what the outcome of your actions are going to be. I mean, you need to have a clear mental picture of the things that you want to see occur. Just as in the affirmations that we'll speak about later, one needs to have a picture of themselves living as if the goals have occurred. One needs to see the type of home they would like to have, or one needs to see the type of relationship they want. One needs to see the level of financial security they want. Whatever it looks like for you, you won't get there unless you see it first. But, and I mean but with a capital B, what's even more important than seeing it is that one must be able to feel it. Lynn Grabhorn's book, Your Life is Waiting, is a wonderful guide to understanding the importance of feelings in relation to affirmations. It helps us to come to a place where we understand how feelings attract the things that we want in our lives. In goal setting, generating the feeling of success is critical. How one goes about that is something that does not happen overnight. Later in this chapter, I discuss something called our success list, and this is a list of all the incremental successes that we've had over our life. Working with that list and beginning to see one's self as successful can help summon this feeling that we're talking about. In Grabhorn's book, she talks about how energy goes towards what we're feeling. And the secret, they talk about it in the law of attraction, that the law of attraction works by your sense of feeling. If we are feeling negative, we attract negative energy. If we're feeling positive, we attract positive energy. So one could write goals and project goals and see all these incredible things for oneself, but unless you can truly feel what that success feels like, you'll never find success in writing goals and pursuing them. Therefore, break your life up into various categories. Break it up into your relationship category, your financial category, your sexual category, your psychological category, your emotional category, and your physical category. Each one of these categories needs to be working together in order to produce the results that you wish to achieve. So if you want to work on your weight, that's fine. Work on your weight each day. Incrementally learn the behaviors and relationships you have with food so that you may be successful in achieving the results you want. At the same time, each day, work with your personal relationships, your spiritual growth, your physical health, your emotional health, and incrementally, step by step, you can grow into the being that you see for yourself. One of the wonderful things that Tony Robbins teaches is that our successes do not happen overnight, just as our failures do not happen overnight. I mean, the failures that have occurred in our life have occurred incrementally, over time, throughout our life. And maybe we missed a particular opportunity or chose not to participate in an activity. Yet one by one, they built up and grew until ultimately we failed at whatever it was we were attempting to achieve. In this exact same way, our successes happen incrementally. So all of these get-rich-quick schemes, all of these, get-to-God-quick schemes, all of these overnight successes need to be eliminated from our projected perception of ourself and our desires. The funny thing about all this is that incremental growth can be exponential when the growth is taking place throughout all the aspects of our lives. I mean, in other words, when focusing on all of our aspects simultaneously, The growth that happens in our entire being is much faster and much more thorough than trying to push one aspect ahead of the others. I mean, sure, there might be leaps and bounds or spurts in certain aspects at certain times, but keeping your airplane circling over each one of your goals simultaneously each day will allow for you a wonderful sense of fulfillment and self-empowerment. It's important to continue doing this type of work for at least 21 days. I mean, behavioral science indicates that it takes 21 days to form a new habit or a new way of life. So one needs to do these types of exercises for a minimum of 21 days to experience any type of lasting success. Please remember, the incremental process is critical. I mean, I can't say it enough. Working on all the aspects of yourself a little bit at a time is how you will find the success that you are attempting to achieve. So, knowing where you want to go is part of your navigation system, okay? But even knowing that you want to go to New York, let's say, there will be many forces that will attempt to throw you off course. In one of his presentations, Tony Robbins shared that when an airplane is attempting a long journey from one place to another, 95% of the time, that airplane is off course. I mean, the plane is attempting to get to its destination, but 95% of the time, the plane is flying off course. To succeed in reaching their destination, the pilot and navigator are constantly monitoring where they are, where they want to go, and as a result, they make the various incremental corrections that are necessary to get themselves to ultimately, land on a dime. In the same way, we need to have a clear picture of where we want to go and how we want to get there. Then we need to work with our list and see incrementally what we can do with each aspect of ourselves so as to make those small achievements each day, to actually take the action and that's necessary. I mean, to actually step forward and begin playing the appreciation game, to actually step forward and find 10 or 15 minutes to meditate, to actually begin the process of eating more healthfully, to actually go for that walk in the evening, to actually let someone really know how much you love them, and to do each of those every single day. Another aspect of this process is to actively monitor the results of your actions. You see where you want to go, and you set the plan of action of those things that you would like to do. You do the things you have set out to do, and then you keep a log of the results of those actions. This last aspect of the process, the logging your progress part of it, is done in order to realize that if you don't achieve the results you were anticipating, then most likely you will need to find another way. And we've said this so many times in this book and in so many different ways, how crucial it is to try as many paths as possible. The example I used earlier is if someone is getting a bad haircut. If that happened, would they stop getting haircuts forever and ever? No. They would try another salon or barber, and they'd keep trying until they found someone that cut their hair the way they wanted it cut. In this exact same way, if a method isn't working, find another method. After all, if we'll do it for our hair, a great way to practice and become these things that we want to become is to find a role model. To find someone we respect in the area of our interest. And whether we find that someone in a workshop, a book, or an audio or video series, to emulate their behaviors and their successes. Finding someone who's successful and learning from them is a great way to accelerate the process. So if it's someone who has lost weight and kept it off, or someone who has had financial success and has maintained it, or someone who's had a beautiful relationship and has maintained it, whatever it is, learn from these people. What are their secrets? What is it they are doing that helps them to be consistently this way? After you've learned their approach, you then begin modeling their success behaviors. Why reinvent the wheel? There are those of us out there who have found ways in order to make the certain aspects of our lives work. As you begin studying these individuals, I believe you will find that more often than not, these individuals, the ones that are these success stories that we admire, are, in fact, also working on all the aspects of their lives simultaneously. So, in summary, for active, co-creative programs and designing successful goals and mapping the pathway to one's mind and emotional well-being, Tony Robbins and/or Lynn Grabhorn's materials are wonderful. For a more spiritual program of the same nature, there's another book I'll introduce. It's written by Ken Keyes Jr., and it's called The Handbook to Higher Consciousness. This book is a set of affirmations and rules on how to reprogram what he calls our biocomputer. The book is absolutely fantastic. I mean, you can work with the affirmations and reprogramming tools he's created, or you can understand the technology as he presents it and begin creating your own. It's worth a look, and I think it will only add to your toolbox. The 4 texts mentioned in this section will help you design your goal setting, design a successful approach to the process of rewriting your list, as well as assist you in reprogramming your biocomputer so that it will do what you want it to do, so that you can grab hold of your fire hose of attention. My workbook, the Repeatlessness Workbook, will incorporate many of these technologies as well as many of my own, but for the purpose of this section of the book, you now have a basic outline on how to approach any aspect of anything you want to do. So remember that beginning to understand the end result and beginning to write down the various things that you wish to see, that you wish to have occur, are the very first steps in the process. Don't expect huge leaps and bounds. Rather, expect that if you attend to something on a daily basis, it will grow in the way that you want. Success list. Many years ago, when I was contemplating some very hard times, I came up with the idea of creating a success list. And the success list consists, I'll say that 10 times as fast as you can. The success list consists, the success list consists, the success... Anyways, my success list consists of everything I've ever done that's been a success. From building my tree fort as a kid, complete with an elevator, thank you, or jumping over the garbage can on my bike, to being in a play, to achievements in gymnastics, in martial arts, or, buying my first car, or cooking my first breakfast, or paying off my school loan, and on and on and on and so forth. I mean, every success I could think of. And every time I remember a new one, I add it to the list. For a while, I did it every day for 21 days, and even today, almost 14 years later, I still remember other successes that I had completely forgotten about and then add those, as well as new ones from my current everyday life. The success list is an excellent tool for finding affirmations you might want to write, or a resource for the attitudes of gratitude, for being grateful for all the successes in your life. The main idea is to begin thinking of yourself as a successful person. To begin perceiving yourself as successful, as success itself. Working with your success list and understanding what it is you're capable of doing and achieving will set you up for further success in your life. Spend time each day just hanging out with your list. See how it feels to remember your successes. See what other memories come up for you. Sometimes you might even remember something completely unrelated, yet incredibly poignant. So no matter how big or small the success list may be, start your list and see how it grows over time. I think you'll be quite impressed with yourself. Creativity. Creativity is the quintessential expression of repeatlessness. It's being in the moment and creating something that is absolutely unique. There's no 2 circles you draw will ever be the same. No 2 chairs you build will ever be the same. There'll always be some minute differences. Once, a long time ago, when recording an album, I was so deeply immersed in the recording process that for almost an entire week, I didn't sleep. Yet, I was never tired. And I wasn't running on adrenaline or caffeine either. I just never needed to sleep. I would rest now and then, but I was this open vessel that was completely allowing the life force and creative force to flow through me. It brought my soul alive in a way that I began to realize that sleep seemed to be an excuse for a mind that needed to create. If your mind is stagnant, if it's not dynamically growing and changing every day, it needs creativity to occur to keep it in balance. And if it's not happening in our awake time, the creativity has to occur during our sleep, during our dream time. So we will sleep longer and we will dream more when we're not being creatively expressed during our awake time. Furthermore, when we are allowing the unplugged dog dream reality to occur unchecked, and the negative thoughts are controlling our lives without our even knowing it, when that is occurring and we're not attending to it, we, in my opinion, require more sleep so that we can have the dreams that are necessary to keep us healthy. Creativity is a form of dreaming, and creativity is a form of using the mind to create something out of nothing. When doing artwork, when doing some form of creativity, the negative thought forms that occur are less a part of the process of creativity as they are the process of critiquing the creativity. In other words, when we're actually being creative, we're making something. The process of creativity is occurring. And although our self-talk might be judging that creativity by critiquing it, the actual act of creativity is still occurring. So push on through the negative thought forms and just create. Being creative doesn't have to be a big ordeal. When I'm talking about creativity, I'm talking about cooking or gardening or maybe working in a shop, sculpting, drawing, fixing the car, playing an instrument, making up a story with the kids, making up a game, maybe writing. It can be any form of creativity. I don't care if it's taking the receipt at the restaurant and folding it into a paper airplane. I'm talking about getting in the habit of seeing things fresh and new. I'm inviting you to practice being creative for some portion of the day, every day. As you get in the habit, it begins to set your mind up to see the world and situations as new, as dynamic, and as changing. When we get into the practice of influencing or manipulating physical reality into something that it was not, we begin to understand that all of our reality can be changed and worked with and molded in such a way. So the practice of doing it on the physical plane, which is a grosser or less refined level of reality, only helps to set us up to do it on the other planes that are more refined and more elusive in some ways. Also, being creative stimulates our mind to be more logical and linear in other ways. To give you an example, it is known that taking time to draw or doodle before one has to do math equations or calculations makes it easier to accomplish the math. If children who have a math test draw pictures or doodle before the math test, it will stimulate their minds to be able to complete the math test and solve all the problems more easily, more linearly, and more logically. I know for myself that both aspects are true. When my desk is messy and things aren't filed, I'll go play my guitar for a while, and cleaning things up and organizing is no big deal. Conversely, when I attempt to be more creative and the other aspects that need attention distract me, I'll clean up a bit and then go be creative. When I practice creativity, my ability to organize my life is much easier. So I continuously work on both halves of that activity spectrum to keep my life balanced. In order to clean my desk, I might go play my guitar for about 5 minutes, maybe work on my plants, maybe think about what I'm going to cook and creatively think of some variation on the meal, or contemplate how I'm going to repair my car in a creative way in order to save money. These are all forms of creativity. Dreaming about a business idea, about an invention, about how you're going to solve a concern you have with a child, a neighbor, or a coworker. Creativity is simply the act of attempting to create something that is new, something that is a solution, something that is an expression of who you are. A very important part of this whole creativity exercise is that we are not interested in reproducing what someone else has done. When we get excited while experiencing someone else's creativity, the thing we get excited about when we look at their artwork or listen to their music is that someone's authentic expression of himself or herself. When we hear or see something that is a copy of another piece of art, we may recognize it instantly, yet it has less impact on us. On the other hand, when we experience a totally unique expression of creativity, that's when we fall in love with the creative expression. We get inspired when we see anew, when we hear anew, and experience a new way. In the same way, I'm interested in inspiring you, the reader, to find some way to be creative. I don't care if it's sewing clothes or painting a picture, but to do it your way. Just make something. You're not making it for someone else. You're not making it to seek approval. You're exercising a part of your being that is absolutely essential. I believe in our early days, when we were cavemen and women, that creativity was a form of survival. I mean, one needed to be spontaneous simply to survive in this world. I mean, how we're going to get our food, how we're going to stay warm, have shelter, how we would avoid getting eaten by another animal. I mean, all of that was a form of creativity. And over time, as our lives have become simpler in the sense of survival, we have slowly allowed that aspect of ourselves to slip away. So be creative in some way every day. I think that you'll find your life more enriched, your expressions with people become more meaningful, your meditations more evolved, and your whole experience here on the planet will be altered in a positive way. Remember that this activity is creativity for creativity's sake, and enjoy the process of exercising that muscle within your being. I look forward to seeing and hearing about your creations. All Gurus' Day. The word guru simply means teacher, and there are two kinds of gurus or teachers. There are upagurus that are our teachers along the way, and then there's the Satguru. The Satguru is the ultimate guru, the teacher that is the source of life and understanding, which ultimately you come to realize is yourself. But nonetheless, we have all had teachers along the way. Another great exercise is to begin to remember everyone who has ever had an influence in your life. This might be your parents, your aunt, your uncle, maybe a friend down the street, your teachers in school, maybe a particular pastor or minister or a counselor. It can be anyone, even an animal such as a dog or a horse. My list consists of everyone I can think of, from my best friends when I was a little kid to teachers in school, as well as my teachers of spirit. In the late 80s, I had the great fortune of hosting a Hindustani classical Indian sitar player named Shalil Shankar. Shalil Shankar is one of the more accomplished students of Ravi Shankar, who is the most respected and popular master of the sitar, a stringed musical instrument from India. Well, Shalil was visiting relatives in Seattle, and when I met him through some friends, that eventually led me to produce a concert for him in Seattle. We spent many hours late in the evening sipping tea, and Shalil, my 50-plus-year-old Upaguru, was sharing with me some of the traditions of his country, his culture, and his religion. One of the things he shared with me was the idea of All Gurus' Day. On that wonderful night in August, we were both admiring the full moon when he said that in his tradition, every full moon is All Gurus' Day. So 13 times a year, on the full moon, they look into the full moon, spend time with the full moon, and give thanks to everyone who has ever been a teacher in their life. I mean, what an awesome practice. I mean, since that auspicious day some 19 years ago, I spend time during each full moon doing this exercise or practice. I've added a little variation that I really like doing. While hanging out with the moon, I imagine that all my words and feelings of loving gratefulness are being reflected off the moon and into the hearts and souls of my gurus, be they embodied or not. And I imagine that ultimately what happens as I send that love to them is that every other being that is connected to them will experience my love and gratefulness. And who knows? Maybe that's just that little extra ounce of feeling someone else needed to lead them to some type of healing or greater understanding of themselves. I mean, who knows? Anyway, I like this whole All Gurus' Day idea much better than what Western civilization has created the full moon to be. Together, we can change our own relationship to this particular event each month and hopefully grow closer to a sincere appreciation for everyone who has ever been in our life. Dialoguru. Dialoguru. I say that with a smile. Dialoguru, simply put, is the practice of calling the people you appreciate and letting them know how you feel and what impact or meaning they have in your life. I have spent countless years doing this with former teachers from high school, a very specific 8th grade teacher Tried to find a 4th grade one to no avail. Mrs. Beatty, if you're out there, please write to my website, okay? And a kindergarten teacher. But I've also done it with friends from college and different people from high school. I have spent the time locating all these people and have let them know how much they have meant to me and mean to me in my life. Even today, I still do it with all of my friends and everyone who's in my circle. Recently, when I had some health problems and almost left this world permanently, I realized in one of the moments within that experience that if I were to die, the room, calming the mind, meditation, contemplation, psychic hide-and-seek, and sound of silence. Calming the mind. Years ago, scientists discovered a correlation between our memories and our eyes. What they determined was that our eyes will migrate to specific areas within our visual field as we access different types of memories. The findings from this research became one of the foundations for NLP, or neuro-linguistic programming. So if we're recalling a smell, we look in one direction. Recalling a picture, we'll look in a different direction. If we're recalling something that someone said, we'll look in another direction, and so on and so forth. Therefore, when recalling information or memories, we can tell which part of the brain is being accessed by the correlated eye position within the visual field. A quick and almost instant way to stop one's thinking, or at least slow it down, is to focus on one thing continuously. Take a moment right now. Well, actually, do it when you're done reading this, and place your hand in front of your face. Stare directly at one of your fingernails. As you stare at it, really focus on the fingernail and nothing else. Don't attempt to think about anything other than the fingernail that you're looking at it. As you get focused, notice how your body begins to calm. See how your thoughts become still. Notice the quietness that will happen. Take a moment right now and give it a whirl. When one's eyes are being still, it is very difficult to think of many things, or anything for that matter. By holding our eyes still, we limit the process of accessing memories and almost instantly calm the mind. Hence the meditation of sitting with and staring at a candle flame. It stills one's mind. It calms one's body, and it brings one very present into the here and now. Just about any time, anywhere, and in any situation, you can use this exercise to quickly calm yourself, quickly focus yourself, and quickly bring yourself to the present moment, taking you out of any drama that may be occurring in your life. Although it's very simple, this one exercise has been the foundation for much of my practice. When combined with the deep belly breathing mentioned earlier in this chapter, the two practices done together can bring a profound sense of presence, well-being, and peace into one's life in any given moment. Combining the breath and your vision, your still vision, is a powerful way to almost miraculously still oneself and calm one's mind. Give it a try. I think you'll find it quite helpful. Meditation. As mentioned earlier, both Be Here Now and Journey of Awakening are great resources for understanding many different types of meditations and practices. They provide a wonderful opportunity to understand what's out there so you can choose to see which one works for you. For the purposes of this section of the book, I'll describe some basic meditation practices for anyone who's new to the process. Getting started. What you need is a quiet place, a place where you won't be distracted. Turn off the phones and turn off the computer and create a still, calm place. It can be any time of day, morning or evening. There are some practices that say morning is best and others say that evening is best, and realistically, now is the most important time to do it. So whenever now is here, which is always, it's a good time to meditate. To get started, you'll need to sit comfortably. You can sit in a chair. If you can sit cross-legged or in half lotus or lotus position, wonderful. If not, any old straight back chair will do. It's important to keep your back and neck straight, so sitting on a soft couch is not recommended because one can get a little hunched over. When using a chair, be sure to place both feet firmly on the floor. It's recommended that your hands be clasped and resting in your lap. In other words, fingers joined together. Preferably, if you're comfortable doing this, just place the fingertips of both hands together. Either way, the hands being together energetically complete a circuit which creates a homogeneous flow of energy throughout your body. While comfortably sitting with your back straight, hands clasped, and your feet on the floor, allow your eyes to close and systematically begin to relax all the parts of your body. Start with your feet and feel them relax. Then allow gravity to have the weight of your feet and your legs. Feel your body begin to kind of sink into the chair, just allowing gravity to have your body. Let your spine relax a bit, yet keep it straight in order to support your torso. Take some deep breaths and relax. Feel your body getting heavy and begin to allow the day to dissolve into this relaxed space. Then, very simply, begin to watch or attend to your breath. Don't attempt to control your breathing, rather simply observe it. The breathing in, the breathing out. The breathing in, the breathing out. Just completely relaxing while watching your body breathe. In some practices, they say it's important to breathe in through the nose and out through your mouth, but ultimately that will happen automatically at some point. If you want to start practicing that way now, you'll be a little more ahead of the game, but don't get too caught up in the idea that you have to breathe or do anything correctly. Just watch it happen for now. The idea here is to simply be and observe, to watch the process of meditation taking place in your body, to witness what is occurring. That's pretty much the key element in what we're doing here. We're doing this to learn how to witness the process, to watch it happen, just as you'd watch a movie. So with your body relaxed, just watch your breath. Watch it come in, watch it go out. Watch it come in, watch it go out. And simply observe your breath for 10 or 15 minutes. With each breath, you'll find that you're becoming calmer and more relaxed, more at ease. You should sense a feeling of peace and well-being surrounding your body. I mean, it's really a pleasant experience. Occasionally a thought will come up and you'll chase that thought and forget that you're breathing or following your breath, and that's okay. Just remember what I stated earlier about being very gentle with ourselves. Just simply bring your attention back to your breathing and don't make a big deal about it. Don't judge yourself for having lost the focus. Just simply be and observe. Bring your thoughts back to your breathing. Focus on the in, focus on the out. In some practices, people will actually count their breaths. They'll count the in as 1 and the out as 2, and in is 3 and out is 4, and so on and so forth. By keeping this numerical sequence, one can stay focused on the task at hand. I mean, see how many breaths you can count before losing track. If you get to 100, you're on the right track. What we're attempting to do here is first, calm the body, and second, focus the mind. Focusing our mind on a single thought, the thought of the breath. Not controlling the breath, but simply observing the body breathing. Just sitting there observing time, observing our breathing, and simply observing our lives passing by. Once you're comfortable doing this, you can add a little mantra to your practice. A simple mantra you can use, for starters, is, I am love. So as you breathe in, you silently say to yourself, I am. And as you exhale, you say, love. Love. Breathe in, I am. Breathe out, love. Doing that silently with your self-talk. Breathing in, I am. Exhaling, love. Counting or mantras are just 2 of many centering devices you can employ to assist you in staying focused during your meditations. Over time, as your practice becomes stronger, you'll find other things such as allowing your heartbeat to become present in your awareness. For most people, observing the heartbeat is something completely new. I mean, not many people have spent much time contemplating this feeling, the experience observing and witnessing their heart beating. Usually when we experience our heart beating, it's when it's under some type of stress or load, when we've just climbed some stairs or lifted some weights or doing our cardio workout and we feel the pump, 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 pump. And yet rarely do we actually focus on just the heart beating. Even though this is our tone, our rhythm, our physical life source, most of us have never done it. We either never knew it was possible or never considered the importance of focusing on this essential life component. Your heartbeat is your rhythm, your frequency, your vibration in this world. Allowing it to come into your awareness is the process of embracing a large part of who you are in the physical world. When first tuning into your heartbeat, some people sometimes, and not all the time and not for everyone, experience a little panic or a freak out. When this happened to me, it was pretty mild, yet I think it happened because the realization that this was the thing that was responsible for keeping me in my body. That this was or is the thing that is keeping me alive. It was kind of intense, and not in a terrible way. It was just very different. If this happens to you, just know that you'll quickly get used to it, and before you know it, you'll just be observing your heart beating. As you get deeper into the practice of observing your heart beating, you begin to become more present in the here and now. And as a result, an even greater awareness will make itself available to you. As you really become present and physically grounded in your body, you'll notice that there are actually 2 or 3 additional physical pulses that occur within your body. These multiple pulses occur in the following sequence. You feel your heart beat first, then you feel a pulse in your neck, another pulse in your wrist, and then lastly a pulse in your ankles, each one happening a little bit after the other. They occur in a sequence from closest to the heart to farthest from the heart. When you've tuned into this level of awareness of the heart, after each heartbeat you should feel 3 consecutive types of pulses in the body. Once again, they go from your neck to your wrist to your ankles, and it's pretty cool when you begin to experience the actual physical flow of blood throughout your body. To achieve this level of awareness during your meditation might take days, weeks, or years, but allowing it to become part of your practice will give you an opportunity to really be present and really experience yourself in time and space in a whole new way. If for some reason during one of your meditations you're unable to bring the awareness of your heartbeat to the forefront of your focus, once again, just be gentle with yourself. Relax and know that it will come. When it's appropriate, it will come. Please remember that these are just basic meditation practices. There are as many different meditation practices as there are people on the planet. But all of them boil down to originally following the breath, calming the mind, and becoming aware of the heartbeat. So as you journey on the meditative path, slowly but surely you'll incorporate all different types of practices. As we become proficient in one, we'll add an additional one so that a meditation ultimately could be a whole group of different subroutines of awareness happening simultaneously. Just as we have so many thoughts that we're unaware of during the day, as stated earlier, and the whole basis of this book, layering practices can be used to occupy our minds with various activities so as to keep it busy, which leaves us, the listener, in our witness self, so as to be present in the here and now, the repeatlessness moment. Ultimately, the idea is to put your brain on what is called base brain activity. Just like when you're driving a car, are you actually thinking about the fact that you're hurling yourself through time and space? Are you aware of how far the fender is from your left leg or your right leg? Most likely not. But the act of driving a car becomes what is known as a base brain activity. It goes into a natural flow of being, even though we're hurling ourselves in this massive chunk of metal through time and space at rapid speeds with acceleration and deceleration and all different types of vectors and forces on our being. We simply don't attend to it. We can be thinking about anything while driving the car. Well, in the same way, meditation practices put the brain and the body into a base brain activity, allowing us, once we've mastered various levels and proficiency in doing this, an opportunity to step out of the room, which is the whole point of meditation. So try many different types of meditations and many different types of visualizations. Do anything you can to find that place where whatever exercise you do, it brings you to a more peaceful, loving, calm witness and observer of yourself and your space within the infinite cosmos. Contemplation. Contemplation for me is the art of considering to consider all the considerations concerning a particular item in which you'd like to consider. And once you've considered all the considerations, considering some more. When one is in the contemplative state, it closely resembles the state of wonder, of questioning, of exploring, of awe. And unless you become like little children, you cannot enter the kingdom. I'm going to submit here that most of the knowledge that we seek about whatever it is we are contemplating, that most of the answers, if not all of them, are within our own minds. I believe that our minds have absorbed more information than we give them credit for. One's own mind is a storehouse, a warehouse, if you will, of a wealth of information of everything we've ever done, everything we've ever learned, everything we've ever known, everything we've ever been exposed to, regardless if we understood it or not. And because everything that's ever happened in our life is, in fact, still stored somewhere in our mind, we can tap into that resource to help us figure out or understand almost anything we could possibly want to know or even imagine. With this knowledge of ourselves, we can enter our contemplation with a playful kind of inquiry where we ask our minds to reveal to us the information that is necessary to address our concern and enlighten us on the subject of our inquiry. Going into a thought, a question, or contemplation in this manner will begin to exercise your mind in a way that you may not be accustomed to. I ask that you trust in the process and give yourself the opportunity to reveal this great power and resource within yourself to yourself. When we exist in a contemplative state, even if only during our meditation, one of the wonderful benefits of this state is that it is a state of unknowing, and truly believing that you do not necessarily know it all, that maybe there's another way to look at it. And sitting in this state of unknowing affords us a spaciousness in our awareness that will spill over into our everyday lives. Since many of us who are reading this book are willing to be honest with ourselves and say that we do not know the truth and that we may never know even after we leave the physical body, but to admit that we honestly don't know, that we're doing the best we can, that we're attempting to identify meaning and create meaning, we're intending our lives, but honestly we just don't know. And it is from this contemplative state that we begin a dialogue not only with ourselves, but also with everything and everyone that is in our lives, all of our children, our partners, our co-workers, the grocery clerk, etc. There begins to be a sense of a kind of brotherhood or sisterhood with everyone because you're no longer out there pretending that I know. We're all just in this unknowing and aloneness together. As you begin to do this, you begin to see how all the people who are around you are portraying themselves as if they know. That they know how it is, that they know what it's about. Yes, sir, they know. Boy, do they know. They just know, And when you see this, you begin to realize, wow, I was like that. And wow, oh gosh, I am like that. And it's usually a chilling thought. The reason it's a chilling thought for me is not because it's shameful for me. It's more in the nature of the fact that when I'm being this way, I am more often than not completely unaware that this is how I'm being. So when I have this realization, I have that moment, I'll check myself, and then I'll begin to unravel all the doing that I was involved in with my knowing, which slowly begins to reveal the being. This is always a very humbling moment, but one that I yearn for and I seek as often as I can remember. So in using contemplation in your meditations, begin your meditation as normal. Begin your breath, calm yourself, quiet the mind. Do whatever exercise is necessary to bring yourself to that peaceful, calm state. Then, when you've reached a very comfortable state, Bring your question into awareness, whatever your question might be. The focus of your contemplation should be singular in nature. How shall I handle my boss? Or how do I fix this particular thing? Or what is the depth of meaning of the caterpillar, the chrysalis, and the butterfly? I mean, whatever it is your inquiry about should be singular in nature. Keep repeating the question over and over again, almost as if you're repeating a mantra. As you do so, sense and feel that you are summoning the knowledge within yourself to answer the question. Continue asking yourself the question in your mind's voice, and as you do so, allow your inner vision to activate so that now you are calling upon your mind to give you the images, to give you the information, the words, the story, the sequence of events that you need to see, hear, experience, and remember to answer and bring a sense of completion with experiential knowledge to your consideration and contemplation. It may take a few hours or a few weeks to open these channels, yet, given time, you will eventually begin to communicate and trust your inner wisdom. If you like, you may add the element of calling upon God or Christ or Buddha or Allah or Abraham or Krishna or Ram or Great Spirit or the angels or the oversouls or the guides or the ancestors or whoever represents the perfection of the unity of all life for you to help you, guide you, and assist you in discovering the answers to your inquiry. Blessing to you in your newfound inner dialogue and journey. Psychic hide and seek. The question, do you see what I mean, has a whole new meaning when one has a firm grasp on the third eye holographic vision of their mind. To see what someone means is to give oneself permission to open up a channel to receive the visual information being transmitted from the person who is sitting or standing across from you. Please be advised and know right now that by no means am I talking about learning how to read people's minds. What I'm talking about here is the ability to acutely tune the way you listen to another, to listen that is beyond just audible listening, a listening that is a multi-level listening to everything that the speaker is transmitting. To consider that this is possible is one of the keys to unlocking this ability and allowing it to be alive within your life. So, when sitting with a friend, if you're truly tuned in to all the channels, you'll be tuned into the visual channel that they're emitting, the vibratory emotional feelings they're emitting, as well as the audible sound that they're uttering from their voice. These three elements of communication working in combination with each other are a holographic transmission of what that person is experiencing and expressing. When we truly stop thinking of ourselves and completely focus on the other, we allow for these channels to be open. And when these channels are open, a whole new form of transmission occurs between the people. As a parent of 3 incredibly open children, I was trying to think of a way to teach this to them. But how do you teach a 4 or a 5-year-old these types of things? That's when it hit me. Psychic hide and seek. I would have one of my children think of one of their toys. Then I would try to guess what the toy was. While they were thinking of their toy, I would ask them to pretend that that picture they saw in their head was traveling through the air and into my head. Lo and behold, we got really good at this. So, to start exercising like this with friends, and I say friends because unfortunately if you can play this one alone, you should seek help immediately. Anyway, to get started with this, you'll need to choose 3 shapes: a triangle, a circle, and a square. You don't have to draw them, you just need to know that there's triangleness, there's squareness, and there's circleness. Once your partner has chosen one to focus on, the game begins. So make it playful, light, and fun. Take your time and calm yourself. Don't force it, don't try to make it happen, just relax. Focus on your breath and look to see what you see in your mind. More often than not, I think you'll surprise yourself. And the surprise at first is that you actually have the ability to do this. It takes some time and some practice, so be patient with yourself. This whole ability is really no big deal. Okay, it's something that we've been doing our whole lives. It is evident in something as simple as playing the game 20 questions. Okay, some of us, for some reason, are really good at 20 questions. And I'll submit at this point in the book that it is probably because those of us who are good at it have a heightened sense of all the levels of communication that are occurring from the person who's holding the object in their mind. One of the beautiful benefits of doing this with my kids was that we had gotten to know each other so well that there was no way any of us could lie to the other one about anything. After a while, my kids wouldn't even try. They would simply just surrender if they caught themselves even beginning to lie. For instance, something would happen and I'd ask, okay, what happened? And one of the kids would start to explain, well, so-and-so was, and la-la-la, and blah-blah-blah, and then maybe the other child would start to expand on the story a little, and the moment of fabrication would begin. We could just look at each other, and then all of us would just start smiling because it was just so obvious that that's what was happening. So it is with my kids even today. Even though they're in their 20s and what have you, it's this beautiful connection that we have, and it's something that we can all develop. It's something we're already using anyways. It's not like we're summoning some superpowers from the ethers. It is something that you already do. It's happening continuously. It's never not happening. When you took this body, it began happening. And it has continued happening whether you've been aware of it or not. It's just going on. It's a talent that you have that comes from being human. All we're doing through this process is revealing this to ourselves. We're just going to the place where our mind is actually attending to that level of those things. There is no perception or power or anything that any one of us have that is not available to every single one of us. Everything you could possibly imagine, I believe, is available to every single one of us. So, psychic hide-and-seek is a great way to intend for yourself to discover those things that are already happening and already a part of yourself. All of us are doing this all of the time. All I'm intending to do with this exercise is simply give you permission to experience, on a conscious level, what you've already been doing for as long as you've been alive. The sound of silence. Have you ever tried not talking for a day? This exercise is about doing exactly that. If you live with roommates, housemates, family, or maybe even by yourself, attempt not uttering a single word for an entire day. This doesn't mean you can't communicate either through paper, hand gestures, or motions of the eyes, but to not utter a sound and not speak will give you a really clear indication as to what your speech patterns are and your reactions are to situations that are happening in front of you. With this new awareness, I think you will find that most of us speak a lot more out of a need to assert ourselves, or a need to cover nervousness, or a need to control something more than we actually need to communicate. The first time I did this exercise was back in 1983. I lived in a group house and I let everyone know I was going to be silent for the day, to which everyone laughed because most people who know me know that I do in fact enjoy the talk. Yes sir, it's true, I, Joe Marshalla, enjoy to talk, alright, and I'll talk and talk all day long. Even today I have around 5,000 minutes on my cell phone bill, but fortunately I have unlimited calling plan. But needless to say, trying not to speak for the day was almost one of the most difficult things I'd ever done. In fact, if I had known about cold showers at that point, I would have traded a cold shower to be able to talk any day. As my day progressed, at first it seemed like no big deal. I'll just write a note here and there. But as things began to occur and decisions were made to the grocery shopping, or how we're going to pay a bill, or who we were going to have move in, and there were so many things I wanted to add to and participate in. And what began to happen after 3 or 4 hours of not talking was I began to realize that my listening skills were becoming much more attuned. Knowing that I could not participate in the conversation, the vibratory communication that was occurring suddenly thrust me into a new level of listening, a new level of attending to body language and attending to eye movement and attending to the rhythm of people's voices and the rhythms of the conversations. As a result, I found I could communicate with 1 or 2 words what normally would have taken me paragraphs. Another time I was doing this exercise, I had the idea to write down the things I wanted to say, but chose not to say. As a result, I began to uncover the various automatic, almost knee-jerk responses that I normally would use in conversation. As I studied that list, I was able to identify various parts of my communication style that I no longer wanted to cultivate. And this assisted me in being much more specific, much more direct in my communications. This exercise also really helped me to learn how to listen, to actually listen to what someone was saying, and to really hear and see what he or she meant. So, the sound of silence is a golden opportunity and a golden thing for you to work on and work with. Outside the room. Sadhana, walking meditation, vision meditation, the vibrating light bulb, and holding your breath. Sadhana. Sadhana is a Hindu word which stands for the practice of turning one's everyday life into a spiritual practice. So someone who has teenage children who are being particularly difficult would see that situation, that current condition of their life, as their sadhana. For now, we'll just focus on our meditative practice, but in doing so, we can use the actual just everyday motions of our life to help bring us more present, more here and now. So, walking. Okay, walking can be a great meditation because most of us each day walk throughout our entire day. I mean, we walk to the car, we walk to the store, we walk to our offices, but wherever we walk, there we are, walking. So the practice really becomes one of bringing more awareness to one's walking. When you first begin to work on this practice, you can just focus on each individual step, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, attending to the actual weight shift of each leg as you step. As you're attending to that, begin to become aware of the rhythm of your steps. After you become accustomed to the weight shift and the rhythm of your walking, begin to quiet your mind and focus very intently on everything that is occurring in your walking. Notice how you're counterbalancing with your arms, whether you're counterbalancing because you're carrying something or whether or not you're stiff or loose, and etc. All these different levels of awareness, of being present with the process of walking, can be used to lift your flashlight and help bring peace and calm into your moment. The next level would be to go in a little deeper and dissect the actual step that you take. Essentially, walking consists of, 3 basic elements. There's lifting, there's pushing, and there's placing. So as we focus on the next level of this meditation, we focus on each of the components individually as they happen in their sequence. So it would be lift, push, place, lift, push, place, and so on and so forth. Really attending to the actual step as we transfer our weight and carry ourselves through time and space. Yet another level of the same exercise is to begin to coordinate your breathing patterns with the rhythm of your walk. To breathe in for 4 steps, exhale for 4 steps. Breathe in for 4 steps, exhale for 4 steps. And yet another level of that same exercise is to inhale for 4 steps, hold your breath for 2 steps, exhale for 4 steps, then hold your breath out for 2 steps. Combining these types of breathing exercises with your walking will help to really thrust you into a very calm, clear, whole-minded state of being. Once you've done these variations for a while, the following exercise, the vision meditation, can be added to your walking. Vision meditation. What is your vision? What exactly is vision? We say we see this, but ultimately, really, what's going on? I think we all understand that light is a frequency, and when reflected off an object, our cameras or our eyes can see the frequency. All our eyes are highly tuned frequency receptors that receive those particular type or range of frequencies. Our ears don't receive light frequencies, and our eyes don't receive taste frequencies. All our senses are simply highly specialized frequency receptors. And as our life is one big frequency, we can use our vision as part of one of the processes to really see what our frequency receptors, our eyes, are seeing. The way we do this, the way we study this holographic image, the way this image occurs is that each one of our eyes is seeing from a slightly different perspective. And our brain races back and forth between the eyes. 120 times a second, our brain takes a sample of the frequencies that are taking place in each eye, going left, right, sample right, sample left, sample right, 120 times a second. As a result of this cross-referencing between the two eyes, the mind builds a holographic picture in the mind that allows for three-dimensionality because of the information provided by the two separate cameras from two separate vantage points looking at the same point. The knowledge of how this works is how scientists and engineers have used the same technology for three-dimensional movies and 3D television. I, fortunately, had the opportunity to visit the University of Washington's HIT lab, the Human Interface Technology Lab, back in the late 80s when they were developing this particular technology. As it was explained to me, the first aspect they studied concerning our vision was the basic spatial relationship between the eyes and what each one picks up from its particular vantage point. The next thing they did was to extrapolate that spatial relationship into the exact same relationship between two film cameras. With the cameras in the same spatial relationship as the human eyes, they would film with the two cameras synchronized and simultaneously filming the same event. When they're ready to create the three-dimensional experience, they calibrate the two film projectors with the same spatial relationship used when capturing the content on their filming. Once that is done, the two films are projected together from their particular vantage point, overlapping each other and creating a very blurry image on the screen. The key element in all of this is that the film projectors, the cameras that film the film, and the average human eyes all have to be within the same spatial relationship. The next step in this process involves a pair of glasses that you wear, and the lenses of these glasses are actually LCD screens. When the screen is on, the lens is grayed and made opaque so you can't see through it. When the screen is off, the lens is clear and you can see right through it. With a transmitter from the front of the theater, a signal is sent to the glasses that causes the lenses to alternate between being on and off, so that when the left eye is clear, the right eye is blocked, and when the right eye is clear, the left eye is blocked, and this alternating process is occurring at a rate of 120 times per second. I mean, it's such a trip because when you have these glasses on, the switching between the eyes is happening so fast that you can't see it. Yet, what occurs in the brain is that it believes that it's just sampling your normal vision, and so it creates a clear, holographic, three-dimensional visual experience. Working with this type of awareness, of your eyes simply being receptors and cameras, we must understand that what we see is what we choose to see. Okay, there's far more information going into these receptors than our awarenesses or our thoughts are attending to. To really see what the eyes are seeing and to really see what light is, you can do what I call the vision meditation. To start this meditation, find a comfortable place to sit and relax. Eventually, allow your eyes to simply gaze into the room so that you begin to become aware of the peripheral vision of your entire visual field. Next, without actually looking at any one thing, without moving your eyes, allow yourself to actually see everything in the room. Don't look left or right, and don't look up or down. Simply keep your eyes still and allow yourself to see everything that is above you, everything that is below you, everything that is to your left, and everything that is to the right of you, and all of that at the same time. If you need to blink, it's okay, and simply breathe into this relaxed state of gazing forward. As time passes, what you see begins to gently shift. You begin to see almost a wavering in your vision. I mean, you've ever seen when the heat is rising off the asphalt road? I mean, you actually see the convection heat rising up. In the same way, sitting, gazing forward, you'll begin to see a kind of shimmering and shaking of physical reality as we see it. Is physical reality changing? No. Is it disappearing and wavering? Only in the perception of what you thought was out there. Nothing has changed other than the way you are looking through the cameras and attending to that information. As even more time goes on and you sit with this, you'll notice that all of the colors and everything may fade. Everything may become black and white. A small hole may appear in the center of your visual field. All of this is normal. And as you ride this out, you begin to be able to see more refined levels of light frequency. So much so that if you practice this outside during sunset or in the evening, at first you'll begin to notice a light blue, whitish, or almost gray outline of the trees and plants. What you are beginning to see are the plants' energetic fields. As you refine your vision more and more, you're capable of being able to see the various energy fields around our bodies, otherwise known as our aura. And yet another refinement will allow you to see individual energy centers within our bodies, known as the chakras. They're nothing special. They really aren't. We all have them. They're all there, but being able to see them, it's like, ooh, ah. But realistically, you've always seen them. At least your eyes or your cameras have always seen them, but we weren't looking. So practice this exercise, play with this exercise, enjoy this exercise. It's a great way to get a really clear image of what we are not. The vibrating light bulb. The what? That's right, the vibrating light bulb. An exercise I love to do as I'm walking down the street or as I'm driving my car is I imagine myself as a large light bulb emanating light and love in all directions. As I pass through time and space, I consciously direct my transmitter vibes and emanate love and light to everything I can see and feel. At the same time, I think loving, caring thoughts and carry that feeling of gratitude while sharing that feeling with the light that is illuminating everything that I pass by. Very similarly to the water exercise mentioned in the cold shower section, we are intending our transmitter vibes to send peace, love, and harmony to all the beings and all the life and all the matter that we pass. I call it the vibrating light bulb because I imagine myself as this bright light bulb, and at the same time, I'm emitting a vibration. And it's an amazing experience when you get into this one, because the more and more you do it, the more and more you become it. And the more and more you become it, the more it finds its way into your everyday life, and the life with your family, and the life with your coworkers, and you tend to eventually come to realize that this is how you can be all the time. Not that you have to be this way all the time, but at least you can be this way when you want to be. This is a beautiful realization because I don't know how many of us have actually practiced sending love to other people. How many of us actually consciously send love to others? I know that I didn't do it until I thought about it and actually started doing it. It just wasn't a regular part of my life. I may have sent a card or made a phone call, and I guess that was happening on some level, but it was just a brief moment. And once it passed through, and it was done. Yet to consciously, every day, practice sending love to people in the grocery lines, in your car, on the streets, in the traffic jam, wherever you might be, just consciously choosing to love everyone, to actively create a field of love and peace all around you. A kind of prayer that I say along with this exercise would go something like this. If it be in the way, may I be a vessel of love and light to emanate and transform all of life in the universe so that everything in my presence may be healed and taken care of. Every time I do it, I just use whatever words come up that intend my energies for good all around me. So find what words work for you, and I hope you enjoy lighting up your world. Holding your breath. How many times have you heard the expression, take a breath? Clearly, breathing is a way in which we can actively reduce our stress levels and maintain a calm presence. Not breathing or controlling our breath can do the same thing. Have you ever noticed how much longer you can hold your breath when you're completely relaxed? Within this exercise of holding your breath, there are 2 different levels and 2 different exercises of breath retention that I'll be talking about. The first one is like Pranayama 101, and Pranayama is the series of breathing exercises designed to cleanse, open, and facilitate different levels of awareness and awakening. One of the basic exercises is to pause between your inhalation and your exhalation. The easiest way to become aware of and control your breathing is to add a rhythm, timing, or counting to the process. So let's say that you're breathing normally without a pause in your breathing, and that the inhalation takes the same amount of time as the exhalation. Then, let's say that the inhale takes a count of 4 beats. This would mean that the exhale would be 4 beats as well. So if you're breathing in a rhythm and there are no pauses, the whole process of a single breath cycle would take 8 beats, 4 in and 4 out. When you begin practicing the controlled breath, you start by adding a pause between the inhalation and the exhalation, as well as the exhalation and the inhalation. The pause is counted in the same rhythm as when breathing, only as you begin to relax, you begin to pause for longer and longer amounts of time between each part of the breathing cycle. For example, you breathe in and count to 4. Then in the same rhythm, you pause your breathing for a count of 2, then exhale for a count of 4, then hold your breath out for a count of 2. And as you can see, by adding 2 beats between the inhalation and the exhalation, as well as adding 2 beats between the exhalation and the inhalation, the time of 4 beats has been added to the entire breathing cycle. So now it takes 12 beats to complete one breath cycle. When we're doing this, the inner dialogue is as follows. Inhale, 3, 4, hold, 2, exhale, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2. Inhale, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, exhale, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, and so on and so forth. As you progress in this exercise, you can lengthen the time of the pause. So inhale for 4, hold for 4, exhale for 4, and hold out for 4. Then you begin to stretch the time between the inhalation and the exhalation by adding maybe 2 more beats. Now pause for a count of 6, or if you're very relaxed, add 4 more. Now the count of 8 during one of the hold sections. So essentially it would be like this. You inhale, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, 3, 4, 5. So as you progress in this exercise, you lengthen the time in the pause. So, inhale for 4, hold for 4, exhale for 4, and hold out for 4. Then you begin to stretch the time between the inhalation and the exhalation by adding maybe 2 more beats. Now the pause count of 6, or if you're very relaxed, 4 more, for a count of 8 during each one of the hold sections. So essentially it would be like this. It would be inhale, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, exhale, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the deeper we go, the longer and longer we're able to pause between our inhalations and our exhalations. Please note the following. It's important to understand the physiological difference between capturing the breath and simply stopping the process of breathing. When we capture or hold our breath, we actually close the valve to our lungs so the air is captured within our chest activity, as you would hold your breath, if you're going underwater. When doing these types of exercises, we do not give that little grunt of holding in our throats as we finish inhaling, kind of like, that whenever you're holding that closure in your throat, we do not want. We simply stop the inhalation process and leave the throat and the valve open. So you do not want to sit on the breath, as we call it. You want to breathe in, allow the chamber to be open, but stop the inhalation process and then exhale and then hold out the breath in the same way, not pushing it out, but letting it fall out of you and then just being there empty of breath with the throat and the valve open. Doing this exercise this way allows for a more relaxed body with fewer muscles and body parts involved in the process. So really pay attention to leaving the throat open, not closing the valve or sitting on the breath. To give you an idea as to how far one can go with pausing of one's breath, 64 is actually the last number I can remember consciously working on as the amount of beats during the pause part of this exercise. After that, counting during the practice was really no longer necessary. There are many variations on this exercise and some wonderful ways to do it with a partner or a group. There are wonderful visualizations that can really enhance this experience, and information on these variations and visualizations can be found in the Repeat Lessons workbook, but for now, the first exercise will get you started. So the second exercise of holding one's breath is actually just that, holding one's breath, taking as deep a breath as you can, sucking it all up and going even just a little bit more. This time, we do close the throat and hold the breath for as long as we can. The experience of this exercise is somewhat like the cold shower exercise in that we focus on controlling our response to an uncomfortable situation. As the carbon dioxide begins to build up in our bodies, we begin to feel a certain desire to expel that as quickly as possible. Our goal here is to resist that process and wait before we take our next breath. When we have calmed our body and we have calmed our metabolic rate, the amount of energy we're burning, when we slow that process down, we are capable of holding our breath for a very long period of time. So holding one's breath can serve as a barometer as to how relaxed and or at what level of homeostasis you are at with yourself. Typewriter list. Tracking your self-talk, retyping your list, learning to love yourself, the appreciation game, love letters, our needs list, mind games, and the siren game. Tracking your self-talk. Tracking our self-talk. Okay, if you accept the idea that every day thousands upon thousands of thoughts bombard us and that we're only aware of a small portion or a small percentage of them, then what types of thoughts are we aware of? Usually we can find the obvious, the various pieces of software, the passwords that will trigger various responses to our activities during the day, our buttons. But outside those, what do we spend our time thinking about? A real quick and easy exercise is to simply write down what you're thinking about. There's no correct way to do it. You can outline the various images or ideas. You can actually track each word. The main idea here is to begin the process of becoming aware of what's going on in your thoughts and becoming aware of that little talking voice that's thinking and speaking to you. The more time we spend observing and tracking our thoughts, the easier and more proficient we become. Sitting in any one of the meditation practices, you'll have ample time to observe yourself talking to yourself. But in this particular exercise, we actually want to attend to the thinking, not ignore it or not pay attention to it. So in tracking our self-talk, one of the first exercises we can do is write down the things we think about. Become aware of those. And as you are thinking them, make a note of what you're thinking about. The second exercise has to do with uncovering the beliefs that we have about ourselves. Now, if these beliefs are negative or limiting in some way, isn't it wise to see if we can get a handle on them and stop doing this to ourselves? For myself, the answer was, well, yes. So I proceeded to work on learning about my self-talk and the various voices that control who I was busy being, kind of like the various layers of the human onion of Joe's personality. This exercise has to do with the shaming voices in our head. The voices that are the beliefs about ourselves that are negative, and that those negative thoughts are beliefs that the thoughts, are who we are, not something we have simply downloaded during our experience. To uncover these types of routines, and then have the discovery of what those are and how they can be used as a healing device, is a whole new level to this game. In order to achieve that, there are 3 steps that are involved. The first step is learning what the negative voices or negative self-talk are. To do this, get out a piece of paper and track the responses to one positive thought that you keep repeating to yourself. For example, I would say to myself, I, Joe, am a loving and beautiful person. And then I write down the next 3 negative things that my mind would say about myself. If I said, I, Joe, am a loving and beautiful person, and what I heard in my head was, you're such a jerk, I don't like you, I wish you were never born, I would write those down and then repeat the process. I, Joe, am a loving and beautiful person. What's wrong with you? Why can't you be like your brothers and sisters? When are you going to get serious about your life? And on I would continue to do this for around 10 minutes or so. After doing this for several weeks, you'll begin to notice that some of the statements are repeated over and over again. As you recognize certain ones that are repeated over and over, you begin to work with those first. With those thoughts about ourselves written on paper, we now have a map or a key to begin the process of unprogramming the automatic tape loop programs or retyping our list. One of the wonderful beliefs about myself that I had the opportunity to work with was, you're a worthless piece of, This was something that my father said to me once. Well, okay, more than once. Well, for that matter, it was pretty much most of the time. Anyways, once we have one to work with, we can then move on to step 2. The second step has to do with uncovering the feelings associated with the thoughts you have now identified. You see, each one of these thoughts has a corresponding feeling associated with it. And as we sit with these words, we can begin to feel the feeling in our bodies and being. What I'm about to share with you is a kind of reverse engineering of the process of reacting, how we react and the mechanisms of reacting. My understanding is this: something occurs in our reality and we have a feeling about it. The meaning we attach to that feeling causes us to have a belief about that situation. And if that situation is correlated to any of the negative beliefs about ourselves, immediately our bodies will be consumed with that feeling, and then automatically the negative thought belief about ourselves will begin to occur. The negative ones resulting from igniting the feeling. Part of cold showers will help to eliminate some of the stronger feelings because of the biochemical leftovers I spoke about. But what we're attempting to reveal to ourselves is the feeling associated with and preceding the negative thoughts. If we can train ourselves to recognize when that feeling comes up, we can squelch, stop, or at least be forewarned that those types of thoughts are going to happen when you feel this way. In John Bradshaw's book, Healing the Shame That Binds You, he goes into great detail, in fact, the entire book, on dealing with shame and the shame-based voices. I by no means would ever say that this exercise is the only thing you need to do or need to explore. His book is absolutely phenomenal and one of the savior books in my life, and so I highly recommend it. In the book, he talks about when we're woken up in the morning by an alarm clock. When the alarm is going off, do we just lay there and let the alarm clock go off? Beep, 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 beep. No. Almost immediately as the alarm clock goes off, we'll reach over and turn it off or at least hit the snooze button. In the exact same way, the moment we recognize a particular negative feeling, we must turn off these associated types of negative thoughts. And so we train ourselves to recognize the thoughts, which helps us to recognize the feeling associated with the thoughts. And then when those feelings come up, we reach over, turn off the alarm clock. Once we understand that we're about to be bombarded with shaming voices of untruth, then we begin the third step in the process by filling ourselves with positive, uplifting beliefs about ourselves. So the steps are as follows. Learn what the controlling, shaming thoughts and beliefs about ourselves are. Learn what feelings are associated with those thoughts. And then learn to recognize those feelings and use them to alert us to the fact that the associated shaming thoughts are coming, and instead of letting them have their way, usurp them by focusing on positive thoughts about ourselves. This exercise takes rigor and persistence, and once again, I have to say, to persevere through this experience and to use this particular tool will lead you to a much greater peace and much greater sanity in your experience of life. With all that said, just know that as adults, we rarely tend to have new feelings. Generally, our feelings are repeated over and over through our lives. When certain difficult feelings thrust us out of the repeatlessness awareness, Just know that most likely there will be negative beliefs about ourselves to follow. Learn to identify the moment when a feeling automatically triggers shame-based negative self-talk. In doing so, you will afford yourself the opportunity to free yourself from one of the causes of learned helplessness, which, in turn, will empower you to be who you are, not who you think you are. Retyping your list. Affirmations. Whatever happened to our good old friends' affirmations? For a while there was the craze. When it hit the scene, everyone was doing affirmations. I am this and I am that, and boy, we sure were on a positive mental attitude road at one point. But slowly, it began to fade. And although affirmations are used for setting business goals and reprogramming the subconscious, they don't have the same fervor that they had in the past. I believe the reason we burned out on affirmations is that we were exercising only one voice within our being. And that one voice would be the first-person voice, or the I voice. I am rich, and I am healthy, and I am loving, and I am, etc. Unfortunately, the voices that control our behaviors are very rarely the first-person I voices. More often than not, almost always in fact, the controlling voices are in the second and third person, such as you are this way, or he or she is this way. These second and third person voices are the more controlling voices that generate or create the various beliefs we have about ourselves. It is only after these voices get into our minds that the first person or I beliefs are generated. These are the voices that are creating the comparative data on our list that are used by the programs in our mind that are having a negative impact on us. So I'd submit that adding at least the second and third person voices to our first person affirmations will add a new dimension and strength to your affirmations. An example of this would be, I, Joe, am loving. You, Joe, are loving. He, Joe, is loving. This approach is a whole new way of doing affirmations. What we are doing is adding to our list in multiple voices, which has more bearing and impact on what we believe about ourselves. But need we stop there? In raising my flashlight on the subject, I have found that there are at least 11 different levels to work with when using affirmations. The examples take us from belief, to knowing, to a statement of fact, to hearing from another, and then hearsay from others. The purpose of doing the affirmations in this way is to attempt to cover all the possible voices that control the self-belief mechanisms of our brain. So when I work on being more loving and compassionate person, I will do my affirmations like this. I believe I am loving and compassionate. I know I am loving and compassionate. I am loving and compassionate. You are loving and compassionate. He is loving and compassionate. I believe you are loving and compassionate. I believe he is loving and compassionate. I know you are loving and compassionate. I know he is loving and compassionate. He believes he is loving and compassionate. He knows he's loving and compassionate. Those are the 11 levels. I believe, I know, I am. You are, he is. I believe you are. I believe he is. I know you are. I know he is. He believes he is. He knows he is. Working with all of these levels takes almost all of the voices that we are focusing with and learning with, and saturating the list with a broad spectrum of possible voices that would be saying the attribute to you and about you. But what do we write our affirmations about? We can sometimes find what to write our affirmations about from the earlier list we created concerning our self-talk and shaming. Many of our affirmations can be the exact opposite beliefs of whatever it is we are finding on the old list. The difference is that these new beliefs and voices are saying and stating them to be true in past, present, and future, and in all of the person's voices. To make the affirmations more personalized, and I believe more powerful, you can add your name to any one of them. So, I, Joe, believe I am loving and compassionate. I, Joe, know I am loving and compassionate. I, Joe, am loving and compassionate. You, Joe, are loving and compassionate. He, Joe, is loving and compassionate. I believe you, Joe, are loving and compassionate. I believe he, Joe, is loving and compassionate. I know you, Joe, are loving and compassionate. I know he, Joe, is loving and compassionate. He, Joe, believes he is loving and compassionate. He, Joe, knows he is loving and compassionate. Write down the things that you wish to begin reprogramming on your list and say each one on all 11 levels. I actually made an exercise of typing them out so that they were no longer even inside me. It is another level, a 12th level of me reading this about myself. It seems to help me solidify another level of this reprogramming. So, if you will, make your list. Write your affirmations down. Copy them down or type them up if you so desire, but say them every day for at least 21 days. I used to say them at least twice a day, once in the morning and once before bed. When I was really into this, I even put a list in each of my restrooms and such, and so do what you will, but I believe reinforcement has no bounds. A really good book about where we are saying things from and what type of energy is around what we are saying is that book I mentioned earlier, Excuse Me, Your Life is Waiting, by Lynn Grabhorn. It's an excellent tutorial on the feelings associated with what we think. Her basic premise is that the energy attracts energy. Okay, so that which we are emitting, we attract. We have to be careful with this because some of the energies we emit are very subtle, and even though one might think they're putting out a good vibe on the affirmation, they may actually be attracting the complete opposite because of where the affirmation is coming from. If we take the idea, I'm overweight, and we say, I want to be thin, the word thin is associated with the word overweight in that for the desire to be thin, we subconsciously are saying that we don't want to be fat. So even though we're saying a positive thing, that we want to be thin, our feeling around it is that we don't want to be fat anymore. So it is counterproductive to language the affirmation in such a way as to be associated with the negative aspect in any way. And an alternative way to saying, I want to be thin or I don't want to be fat would be, I'm so happy and grateful now that I'm healthy and fit. With that statement, we're projecting a positive tone. So in working with your affirmations and working with your self-talk, Lynn Grabhorn's book is one that can get you on your way in a really positive and productive way. We know the movie The Secret is out there, and there's a lot of different authors from Joe Vitale and Jack Canfield and John DeMartini and Bob Proctor. You can get a lot of this information on how to write your programs, but basically just relax and have an attitude of gratitude in your affirmations and use the 11 levels. I mean, Tony Robbins has a wonderful exercise called the Hour of Power. And as you know, I highly recommend anything Tony has done. It's absolutely wonderful. The various courses that I've purchased and taken from him have led me to understand a great deal more about myself. So, yay, Tony, and thank you. In the Hour of Power exercises, he uses mantra or self-talk on various levels at different stages. Although much of what Tony teaches in that exercise is the attitude of gratitude, the things we are grateful for, he incorporates multiple levels of incantations to indelibly etch your intentions into your list. In working with self-talk and programming, Tony works in what I call the future projected present. Here's what I mean. After doing certain breathing exercises which stimulate the brain to be open and ready for new synaptic pathways, he directs you to speak of things you want to happen as if they've already happened. A funny little side note about this Hour of Power exercise is that he teaches that, it's really important to say everything out loud and with great conviction. So there I was walking in public somewhere, powerfully stating all my affirmations and intentions out loud in a strong, confirming voice, and everywhere I went, people stared at me like I was really weird. When I first started doing this, I was self-conscious and embarrassed to be, doing it in public. So I actually put my cell phone headpiece on and walked down the street so that people thought I was talking on the phone. And really, I did, but that's my own vanity and insecurities, although you might want to use it too if you want. Anyway, out of respect for Mr. Robbins and all the wonderful work he has done, I will leave his technology for you to discover on your own. Besides, it would be silly to reinvent the wheel. But to further illustrate the power of Tony's program, I was working on this book, doing my hour of power while walking. And as I did this, I eventually came to the point in the affirmations where I would say something like, "Thank you so much for my life, and thank you so much for my book being complete, and thank you for it having such a positive effect on the planet." And I'd speak of the book as if it was already out there, selling and healing. And the truth is, this book, before you even got it, was seen by me as if it was in your hands. Yes, you. The one reading these words right now. And as a result of Tony's technology and my rigorous application of it, now this book is in your hands. So, in a way, any project you're working on, anything you want to see completed, any achievement you'd like to see your children achieve, as long as the achievement is from their own self-motivation, speak of these things in terms as if they have already happened. Remember to include the feeling of gratitude and gratefulness with the visualization and affirmation. In all of these practices, all we're working with is our own mind. This in no way is going to help you get out of the room by thinking your way out of the room, but what it will do is begin to stimulate a sensation, a certainty, a calmness, a peace, and a at-peaceness with oneself. And as a result of that, the higher levels, the higher planes of awareness and consciousness and focus become available. Learning to love yourself. Simply put, and straight to the point, if we can't love ourselves, how do we think we can give our love to anyone else? Learning to love oneself is an amazing process. It goes right along with the whole reparenting idea. Do you love yourself? Do you really love yourself? Do you love yourself when you get angry? And do you love yourself when you're sad? Have you ever loved yourself for not being able to love yourself? As in the children's book by Char M. Curtis, "All I see is part of me, and all that's me is all I see," the ultimate expression of yourself is everything you can perceive. So as with the previous exercise with the vibrating light bulb, when you are emanating that love and that energy outwardly, ultimately, you're radiating it to yourself. A great way to get started on this exercise is to once again get out the paper and pencil and make a list of the reasons why you might not love yourself. For example, you don't love yourself for getting angry with the kids, or you don't love yourself for yelling at your wife, or you don't love yourself for forgetting to do something at work. You don't love yourself, and just go on and on and on and make your list. The next step is finding some way to conjure up that feeling of love. Whether it's the thought of a child or a loved one, you muster up that feeling, that feeling you get in your chest, the warmth, the calmness, the stillness, and that kind of smile on your face. And once you have that feeling of love, whatever it is, you then focus that energy on yourself and your list. For example, I'd say something like, Joe, it's okay you raised your voice. It wasn't the best thing to do, and you overreacted, and that's just the way it was. I love you. You're okay. Let's just do it differently next time. After cleaning it up with myself, I would then have to clean it up with my cohort or whoever it was that was involved. If it was my child, I would say, "Hey, you know what? I'm sorry. I lost my cool. That was wrong of me, and I don't want to send that type of energy in your direction. I apologize. I'm really sorry." But to do this actively for yourself, to forgive yourself, is a healing process unlike any other. Yes, we can have our sins forgiven, as they say, but until we forgive ourselves, we cannot move forward. So learning to love yourself ultimately is learning to forgive yourself, to support yourself, to be caring towards yourself, to be understanding, benevolent, and just kind towards yourself. In a book called Learning to Love Yourself by Gay and Katie Hendricks, you'll find one of the most fantastic texts on all different types of exercises to learn to love yourself and to actually actively pursue supporting yourself through the healing process of loving yourself. The book is a wonderful inquiry into the practice of loving oneself. Beyond just thinking about how to verbally do so, the authors describe massaging oneself. I'm talking about really massaging your neck and taking the time to feel what's going on in your neck. I mean, imagine if you were massaging someone you really cared about. How would you be massaging him or her? I imagine you'd be very present in your hands. You'd be feeling what's going on. You'd be responding to whether or not they were feeling good or not by what you were doing. Well, in the same way, you must be that present with yourself. It's the same kind of energy that you would use in the stretching portion that I mentioned in this chapter, as well as the basic approach that we talked about in the ultimate playground, the approach that is fresh, genuine, caring, loving. The place where this moment is new, where we are in a repeatlessness state and are gently, carefully caring for ourselves through massaging our necks, our arms, our legs, our hands, our feet, and really getting to know ourselves. Working on exercises like this will only deepen your meditation and certainly allow you to achieve a state of peace and well-being much faster, because the general vibrations and thought forms and everything associated with not loving ourselves are actively distracting us and causing us to attend to the mind when we're attempting only to observe it. The key element in this whole exercise is learning how to summon up that feeling of love, acceptance, and warmth. And then, once you have that, projecting it to the perception of ourself. The appreciation game. A great game and exercise that I play with my kids and my partner is a game I call the appreciation game. I mean, it's fairly simple. When you're driving in a car or maybe just sitting around the living room or going to bed or lying in bed, I'll announce, okay, it's time to play the appreciation game. If we're just hanging out as a family, everyone will be gathered around the living room, and one by one, we will go through and recognize something that one of the other people in the room did that day, that we experienced or witnessed, that made us appreciate who they are. Or if they helped us in a really big way, or gave us a sense that we were loved in our life. An example of something I would say would be something like this. I'd say to my daughter, Shanti, I thank you so much for getting up from dinner and taking your bowl and washing it out all by yourself. I mean, that really helps Mommy and Daddy, because when you do that, we don't have to. You're like a team member and you're taking care of yourself and making sure you don't make work for others. And that just really makes me feel happy and really loved. And I just want you to know that I appreciate that you did that for us today. I love you. I mean, imagine your mom or dad saying something like that to you. Man, I wish mine had, but oh well. I mean, I guess it's up to our generation to make it happen. What a trip, huh? Learning to be nice to each other. I mean, I never had many teachers or examples of this in my life. I mean, did you have many in yours? The few that I had, I hung on to like gold, but it doesn't seem like it's something that we really practice as a species. We talk about it, but our actions speak a lot louder than our words. By doing this with my family and by participating together in such an exercise, we support and acknowledge each other for cooperating, for helping and working together. But ultimately, it's about learning how to say something nice to someone. At the same time, it gets you into the habit and the practice of looking for and acknowledging the good in others. And just letting someone know, hey, wow, thanks a lot for picking that up at the store. Or, hey, thanks for bringing my fax over. Or, that really helped, man. Cool, thanks. I mean, the simple little acknowledgments go such a long way. And they also set you up for the idea that we spoke about previously of being that kind, benevolent soul for yourself. Another extension of this practice is the Dialogue Guru exercise discussed earlier in this chapter. The difference with the appreciation game is that we do it on a daily basis with the people we interact with for activities we either directly experience or witness. I guess the ultimate expression for this game is to turn it inwards towards oneself, to take it out of the external world and the reflections of yourself through your family, and to simply be appreciative to yourself, for yourself, of yourself. So there I'd be, sitting, meditating, and I'd start the self-appreciation game. And I'd say something like this: Joe, thanks so much for drinking fresh carrot juice for so many days, because I feel much better as a result of that. And I feel more energy and more even-keeled, and it just feels good to have live food in my body. So thank you for doing that. And then I'd say, thanks for getting all the bills done this morning, for just getting on the computer and typing them out, because that freed us up for the rest of the day to do all this other stuff. So I really appreciate that, Joe. I go through my day and I review my day and I give thanks to myself for doing the things that help me grow and be a better person every day. I mean, it may be new for you to talk to yourself in such a manner, but that's a matter of comfort zones, and we've already covered that. As we begin this type of positive self-talk, we begin to regenerate our list in a big way. In fact, in conjunction with some of the other exercises, such as the success list, we can, on a daily basis, create and reinforce our growth and our fresh new outlook on ourselves. When starting this game with friends and family, explain to them what it's about and let them know why you're doing it. You can blame it on yourself and say, hey, I'm trying to work on acknowledging and appreciate the people around me and in my life. So if I notice something that I appreciate, I just want to say it to you. You don't have to say anything back, and that's cool, but I just wanted you to know that I really appreciate you changing the water bottle in the kitchen. I mean, that's a huge job, and I heard you doing it, and I realized the effort involved, and I'm grateful you did that for us, so thank you. I mean, maybe that's a little too wordy, or maybe I wouldn't say it exactly like that, but the idea is to let people know what you intend and that you don't expect them to do it back. This is especially important when you're doing it with people outside of your family. When introducing this to the family or the close people within your circle, just say, I really want to learn. I want all of us to learn how to really love and appreciate each other. I tell my family, the reason we're doing this is because we're a family. That is what a family does. We're not the family on TV, and we're not the family in all the stories and what have you. We're it. We are a family. Here we are, family. And together, I want us to really learn how to love and support each other and really communicate what we're feeling. And to let others know, hey, I love you, you're cool. Thank you for being my brother or my wife or my boyfriend or sister or whatever the case may be. Setting clear intent with the people that you intend on playing this game with or doing this activity with is setting a stage for success. You're letting them know where you're coming from, regardless of how clumsy it is or how uncomfortable it may be at first. I think you'll quickly begin to notice a shift in your world. The moment you start this practice, from the very first time, you will shift the entire universe, literally. The last way to really exercise this when taking a walk or just sitting in contemplation is to think about the things around you. It could be, wow, I really appreciate trees and how they make oxygen, and they're beautiful, and all the different colors and protection, and I appreciate coffee makers. Having coffee maker at the home, it's just really cool, and it makes life a lot easier and also costs a lot less. And any crazy thing that, you can think about that's worthy of appreciation, just say, I really love and appreciate that. Let's look at our environment. Let's appreciate Earth. There's this grand, marvelous life all around you. Whether it's birds or whether it's dogs, cats, animals, or all the planets and trees. All that environment is supporting your existence on this planet. And when I go outside, I remember to appreciate my environment. And the direct result is that I tend to do things so as not to harm it, if you catch my drift. Unfortunately, not many people I know were ever taught how to view the world this way, nor how to express the wonder and the joy and the beauty of what it is that we have here as life. So although the appreciation game can be fun and playful and loving with family and friends, on a transmitter vibe level, we are literally sending vibratory appreciation and life not only into the water that's inside the trees or the rain that is falling, we are spreading that throughout the entire physical world, as well as the non-physical world. Love letters. In the process of retyping your list and learning to love yourself, another exercise is writing yourself a love letter. The contents of this letter speak about why you love yourself and what it is about yourself that you love. It's very much like sitting outside of oneself in an objective state, viewing oneself as if one was viewing a movie or a play, and in so doing, constructing a letter as if you are writing to that person you are viewing. The letter contains all those things that you think are great about them and why you love them so much. And there are many people whose comfort zones will be stretched by this exercise. I now invite those of you who have strong reactions to this exercise to seriously consider doing it. I personally had no problem doing this exercise at all. I guess that's just how I am. My problem came when I would share what I was doing with other people. When I first started doing this, I began by tape recording this message to myself about why I love myself. Now, at the time, I was in college and once again living in the fraternity. With headphones on, I would fall asleep and wake up in the morning listening to my tape so I would remember that I loved myself. Well, unfortunately, one day, my roommate wanted to use my tape player, and he took the headphones out to play music and saw this tape in the machine. So, curious about what kind of music I was listening to, he pushed play, and lo and behold, he and his 3 friends had a very good time laughing at me for many months as they repeated various lines from my audio tape self-love letter. But alas, this did not sway me from the task at hand, and I began writing my letters as opposed to audio recording them, at least until after I was living on my own, because currently I have 4 or 5 different tapes of that nature that I have made over time. Once again, I can only stress, if we can't love ourselves, how do we think we can love anyone else? Our needs list. Okay, I ask you to consider in this moment, what are your needs? Okay, before we can ask that question, I guess we need to understand and define what a need is. One of the definitions in the dictionary is need, a physiological or psychological requirement for the well-being of an organism. After reading that definition, I guess a little more research into the word requirement is necessary. Now, one of the definitions for requirement is to demand as necessary or essential, have a compelling need for. An example, all living beings require food. So, just as I suspected, the dictionary has confirmed my own definition for this word, which is a need is a requirement. So my needs are requirements. I need food to live. I need oxygen to breathe. I need blood for my body to stay alive, etc. These are absolute requirements for my physical existence. Now, there's a big difference between my needs and my wants. I need food, but I may want a certain type of food. I need oxygen, but I may want to have a higher quality of oxygen than a city might offer. So our needs are requirements, and our wants are the qualities of those requirements. If the saying, we don't always get what we want, but we always have what we need, is true, why not begin the process of understanding exactly what it is we need? Do you really know what you need? Oh, someone might say, I need more money, I need a lover, or something of that nature, but those statements are very broad-based and very non-specific. For myself, part of the process of identifying my needs was to create my needs list. As I began, I realized that I needed to organize it in order to really work with it. I divided my list into many categories, such as my emotional needs, my psychological needs, my sexual needs, my physical needs, my spiritual needs, my financial needs, and my relationship needs. So emotional, psychological, sexual, physical, spiritual, financial, and relationship needs. I went so far as to actually subdivide my categories into more categories. For example, my relationships needs list was now subdivided by my psychological needs in a relationship and my emotional needs in relationship, as well as my financial needs, my communication needs, my sexual needs, my parental needs, and my spiritual needs in a relationship. You may not need to do all that. The point is to be very specific about your needs and to be completely honest with yourself. Generate a vision for yourself, a knowledge about yourself, about all the things that bring peace to your life. Actually put down everything you can think of that is critical to have, that if you had that in your life, you know that you would be more fulfilled. Throughout our lives, there are lessons and experiences that have taught us what we are no longer willing to put up with, what we are not willing to compromise in order to have peace in our lives. It is with these understandings of ourself that we will generate our lists. As the years go by, we also refine what our needs are. So a needs list for someone who's 20 will be very different from a needs list for someone who's in their 40s or their 50s or their 70s for that matter. I mean, as we grow, so too will our needs list change. So bear in mind that this is a dynamic list. It is something that is continuously growing, breathing, and something that you will continually be working with. One must remember and constantly monitor that we are generating a needs list, not a wants list. Because our wants list is a list of the quality of our needs, not the needs themselves. If your needs list is very specific and the needs are actually requirements for fulfilling your life, then that aspect of yourself, your needs, will actually have the opportunity to actually be fulfilled. Now, after you've generated the needs list, it can be used for several different exercises. Also, several different opportunities can arise from studying this list because as we get deeper and deeper into what we think we need, we begin to uncover possible areas for exploration. A particular need can reveal some area of your life that you may wish to investigate why you need that need. Where did that need come from? I mean, is it absolutely a requirement, and why? After doing this for a while, you start to really get clear on what your needs are, and you begin to see what's important in your life and what's not. As a result, old habits and old activities begin to fall away, and new activities spring up as you realize what's really important to you and what you really need. So your list can function as a barometer or a map as to how you can find fulfillment in this physical, emotional, psychological, and spiritual world. Now remember, the things on your list are like the breath that the yogi required in chapter 6 in The Point of No Return, where he learned that his yearning and clarity had to be as strong as his need and desire for air. These are things that are so important to you that you are willing to make changes in your life in order to get them, and that you are no longer willing to compromise your life in order to receive them. This isn't done in a militant fashion, but you just come to realize that, wow, I need this, or this is what would really help me to feel more fulfilled and happy in life. I mean, it can also help to get really clear in your communication with your partner. I mean, your friends, your coworkers, your children, and almost anyone. You can literally tell them, when you do this, what I need in order to really hear it is for you to communicate like this. Otherwise, for some reason, I can't hear what you're saying. When you communicate in this way, you no longer live in a world of unfulfilled expectations that someone should do something this way or that way. Since you have communicated what you need, if the other person agrees that they will do their best to comply to what it is you need, then you no longer need to hold on to the expectation. Now, to get into the word expectation, my definition of expectation is an expectation is an uncommunicated agreement. Okay? An expectation is an uncommunicated agreement. It's a one-sided, unspoken agreement when we expect someone to do something or be a certain way. I mean, when we do this, and I just do it all the time, we ultimately are giving away our power. I mean, how this works is when we have an expectation, we in essence say to ourselves, I will be happy if so-and-so does such and such. And if they don't do such and such, I won't be happy. I mean, the if-then reality is setting you up for failure because your peace of mind is being given away. I mean, you're giving away all of your power to be happy because it will only happen if the if is fulfilled. Now, unless you have an actual contract, an actual verbal agreement with this individual that this is how we're going to do this together, then, if you don't have that, if you get upset when they don't live up to your uncommunicated expectation, then you are giving away your ability to have peace, joy, happiness, and fulfillment in your life because all of those things are dependent on the other person's actions. It's also completely and totally unfair to the other person. On the other hand, If you have an agreement with this person, and the person strays multiple times from that agreement, then, by all means, I believe you are justified to communicate to that individual that they're not living in integrity, nor are they communicating in a way that is trustful. Because from your understanding, both of you communicated about this, agree that this is how you would be together, and they are not living up to the agreement. You can do so in a non-argumentative way. You can communicate in a way that is simply based on you being true to yourself. Being true to your need, as well as what the two of you agreed would be best for both of you. Please note, and please remember, expectations are an excuse. Again, expectations are an excuse. Expectations relieve us from the personal responsibility of being accountable for our own feelings and our own actions. In the previous chapter, when my friend Robert said that this book was a call to accountability, right here is the key to that statement that he made. Ultimately, we're accountable for our own actions, for our own responses, and our own reactions. We are responsible for everything that's in our world. Therefore, with a well-cultivated needs list, you begin to uncover the areas within your life that you may be living in expectation. Once you get clear on what your needs are, you can then communicate those needs to the people in your life, whether they be your partner, your co-workers, or your children. And once you begin to communicate your needs with clarity, you then begin to design the life that you wish to design and live. It's not about saying no. It's about saying yes. Remember the story at the end of chapter 4? So begin a needs list. See where it goes. See if it helps to convey anything that you may have needed to know about yourself. And hopefully it will help to bring clarity, direction, peace, joy, and harmony into your life. Mind games. This exercise called mind games is specifically designed for you to play with your own mind, not others. Okay, so in other words, to see your mind as a toy, a place to play, a place to exercise, and a place to have fun. In the preceding chapter, The Ultimate Playground, the concept of the mind being a playground is exactly what I was referring to. The goals in playing mind games are twofold. The first goal is to build a relationship with the memory banks of our minds so that we may recall the memories of any event, any occurrence at any time, with every minute detail from any moment that happened in the past. Okay? And the second goal is to learn and reveal to oneself that the mind is trainable. That there are ways in which we can use our mind not only to access information, but to recognize certain patterns, recognize things we wish to remember about ourselves, and to keep those things in the forefront of our awareness during our growth and self-change periods. These games are actually pretty amusing and can be a lot of fun. They can be done alone or with others. The first game is based on the idea that anything that our mind has ever seen, it can remember. Anything that has ever passed through the visual field, or any of our senses for that matter, is stored somewhere in our mind. With that in mind, the eyes and the brain have seen or have witnessed the second hand on a watch or the seconds being counted on a digital clock. It actually knows how long 1 second actually is. The idea of the first game is to gain access to that information, that memory of the length of 1 second in time. To use the brain to count time, not with our self-talk, but giving the brain permission to do its thing and then alert us after a certain amount of time has passed. To get started, you'll need a clock or a stopwatch, anything that counts time, counts seconds. The idea is to start with a small increment of time, like 15 seconds. The game begins by talking to your mind and saying to it something like, "Okay, mind, let me know when 15 seconds is up." Now, you may or may not have success at this at first, but as you play it more and more, there comes a place where you begin to become aware of when it's time to stop the stopwatch or look at your timekeeper. It's a sense of now is the time. It's almost like you hear the brain say now, and in fact, I've trained my mind to say now. So after you get good at 15 seconds, try something like 43 seconds or 58 seconds or 4 minutes and 12 seconds. I mean, you can get to the point where literally hours can pass by, and your ability to know exactly how much time has passed miraculously develops and reveals itself to you. I've extended this exercise to the point where I rarely use an alarm clock anymore. That's another game you can play when you go to bed at night. Let's say it's 10:30 at night and you've got to get up at 5:30 in the morning. As you look at the clock, say to your mind, okay, it's 10:30 and the alarm is going to ring at 5:30 a.m. So I would like you to wake me up at 5:29. Lo and behold, when I do this with myself, more often than not, I will wake up and turn my alarm off just before the alarm goes off. These two simple exercises in and of themselves are what I call gateway exercises. Practicing and mastering these will open you to an understanding of how the mind works and what are some of the things that you can do to work with it. In the Repeatlessness Workbook, there are numerous games like these that we can discuss, but for this chapter, let's start with these two. I think you will find that after practicing and playing with them for just a little while, the very act of doing them will teach you things about yourself and about how the mind works. And that will lead you to create your own games, and it will lead you to use this tool, this vast computer, to your benefit. The ultimate expression of playing these types of mind games to their furthest degree would be to train the mind to focus and concentrate on a single thought. This technique is employed in meditation so that the concentration of the brain is such that it is focused on one thing and one thing alone. So while your mind is busy tasking, you carry on a journey within yourself that is beyond the tasking mind. Remember the monk's technique for drying a sopping wet ice-cold blanket? Well, this is one possible way in which you can begin the journey in learning how to do so. But please be advised that, the gap between learning to focus your mind on a single thought and drying a blanket is similar to the gap between a paper airplane and a jet airliner, okay? Both of them can fly, but both of them do it very differently, and a lot more effort and time goes into creating the jet airliner. This doesn't diminish the value of the paper airplane, for its inception was necessary for its successor. Another way our mind can be used, that this exercise may help to stimulate, is to teach it to employ it as a monitoring device for our actions, and to use it as a behavior modification tool. That's if there are areas in which we wish to change our behavior so as to exhibit a more true expression of who we are. Let's assume there's some behavior you would like to change, a reaction to someone at work. Learning to exercise trust and use our brains in such a way, we can actually program ourselves to recognize or alert us to situations before they occur. So, for instance, I'm having trouble with this one guy at work, and I want to change the way I respond to that person so we can communicate on a different level. In setting the stage and program, the following sequence of thoughts will occur for me. I know I'm going to work. I know I'm going to see this person sometime in the morning. I tell myself that in communicating with this individual, I must remember to remind myself to remain open, to stay present, and not project anything onto them. Now, when you see that individual, the trained mind can anticipate, observe, and give you the opportunity to change your response to any particular situation you may have with them. After all, our lives are in a state of repeatlessness, aren't they? We can extend this type of behavior modification outward. When talking about this with a friend, he said to me, "What you're really learning in this exercise is how to have a conscience." I asked him, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Well, so many of our behaviors on the planet are unconscious and are done without conscience." So I asked him, "Can you define conscience?" He says, "Conscience in this context is the differentiation between right and wrong." He continued, "In many ways, it appears as though here on the planet we have unlearned or lost the ability to differentiate between right and wrong." I had to agree because very clearly it's true if we just look at what's happening to the environment. Yet for some reason, we allow ourselves to do this to ourselves as a species and as a planet. He continued by saying, "So I think this exercise could be used to help each of us be better stewards of our environment. That would mean we would use our minds as a reminding tool within ourselves to remember to recycle, use alternative fuels and purchase organic foods, use hemp for wood, fuel, food, paper, and clothing, and all the different things we can do in an organic nature. Or change our soaps and cleansers in the home or office, and filter our water, and do everything we can to leave as little impact, if not an improvement, here on the planet. Obviously, I'd have to agree with him on all the points. That regardless of one's religions, politics, or beliefs, regardless of anything you can think of, we all know that it's not good to pollute the environment. And it's just like the Dalai Lama said when speaking to the United Nations, and I'm paraphrasing. Okay, guys, recorded history has proven that clearly we can't agree on politics or religion. But maybe we can begin by agreeing to be nice to each other? In the same way, maybe we can agree with ourselves to be nice to our environment and to take care of our Garden of Eden. So that generations from now, we will be known as the generation that began the sincere effort to make the change for the future, so that those ahead can have a more beautiful planet. With all that said, it starts with each of us individually, and then our relationships with everything outside ourselves. Our goal is to train our minds to do what we know is best and refuse to accept anything but the highest good for all. So we started by, keeping time and playing with our minds, and we ended with saving the planet. But if that's all it takes to make a difference here on Earth, what are we waiting for? And keep on playing those mind games forever. Enjoy your mind. The siren game. What do you associate with a siren? I associate trouble. Either someone else is in trouble or I'm in trouble. Now, in the past, whenever I would hear a siren, I would feel trouble. A certain tension or dis-ease would fill my feeling being. When I recognized this, I wanted to change my automatic response to that sound. I also wanted to usurp any type of feelings like this that my children might associate with a siren. So, every time we were together and heard a siren, we would pray or intend our transmitter vibes to the beings that were associated with that siren to feel peace, calm, healing, safety, protected, loved, and served. To this day, whenever I hear a siren, instead of feeling that sense of trouble, I now experience a moment, a gift, a signal from the universe to remember to emit loving, calm, peaceful, healing vibrations. I associate that same feeling of dis-ease I used to have with sirens to the feeling I get when watching television commercials. I really struggle with that part of myself. I really struggle with that extended portion of myself, them, that wishes to persuade me to need and want something, and the very subliminal, subconscious, and subversive way in which it is done. So I personally have taken to the exercise of treating television commercials like a siren. So each time I'm watching television, when the commercials come on, I quietly remember to myself to emit a loving and beautiful vibe to at least one person that I know. I would like to note that I mute the television commercial while I'm doing this. Anyways, I now try to make it a practice with many of the things I see on television, such as the news and or war, and all the horrible things that are occurring on the planet. Instead of wanting to turn them off, I actually will use them as a vehicle to be present and to intend my vibes towards the situation and towards the planet in general. After doing this for a while, I realized that I was limiting myself. I thought to myself, why not send those vibes to everyone watching the commercial? So nowadays, I pretend that all my love and everything that is healing and beautiful, that can either be generated or passed through my being, enters my television and travels back through the wires and cables to the antennas and the dishes up to the satellite and then back down to Earth and into the televisions and hearts of everyone watching that particular program. So take control of your automatic responses and use the things in your environment to remember to be present and emit positive vibes. Only the beginning. So, my friends, my beloveds, my community, myself, the time has come to bring this book to an end. And if you haven't noticed, this single chapter is almost half the size of the entire book. My goal in this chapter was to provide a beginning point, or a chance for us to begin to use our everyday lives as an opportunity to grow and intend ourselves. There are many more things I wish to share and convey, yet I will express those things in the next book in the series called The Repeatlessness Workbook. Okay, so the workbook will include this chapter as well as a whole host of information. I mean, a small sample of some of the topics are, hearing exercises, eating, touching, smelling, candle meditation, advanced goal setting, really listening, mantra, smudging, toning, oracles and tools, mind expansion, comfort zone, sound, light, visualizations, partner exercises, emotional healing, lovemaking, intuition, massage, and more E+R=O. The workbook includes whole sections from other healers and authors and will guide you through every step we know to assist you on the path of self-discovery. The contributing authors and I hope to provide you with as much information and as many techniques of proven systems for cleaning your room and then getting out of it as we can. So until next time, my beloveds, my friends, all of you who are listening, namaste. I really look forward to meeting together sometime, somewhere, and being the oneness that we truly are together. Thank you for beaming your love and light to all of us. I'm sure we can feel you right now as you read this and you do that. Hopefully, you can feel us beaming back. We're always here. May repeatlessness fill your life. Thank you. Words cannot express the depth of my gratitude and appreciation for your participation in this conversation to dissolve the perceived separateness of our beings, which is my life's work. May each of us raise our flashlight so high and direct our loving and caring transmitter vibe so clearly that our influence on the world transformation that is occurring manifests with the healing, grace, acceptance, environmental responsibility, and inclusion of all people and life on this planet. This book has been made possible through grace, and many friends who have read, reread, commented, suggested, challenged, typed, laid out, and distributed this material. I invite you to assist me in the process, and I welcome any comments, suggestions, or ideas that you may have. And you may submit those comments, suggestions, or ideas at repeatlessness.com. This book is currently being distributed solely through my website and through the efforts of the individuals who believe in this material and who want to share it with you and the world. If you're interested in turning people onto this material and acting as a human relay station, please visit the website and sign up to do so. I honestly believe, to the deepest depth of my heart, that you and I, together, can really make a difference. I look forward to our continued growth together, and I pledge my sincere effort to uplift all life in our experience here on Earth. I'm Joe Marshala, aka Swami Bodhisudaya. Take care. Namaste.